did when he started in the NFL and haven't changed at all on defense, and how easy it is to beat it once you know it. And I was stunned by that because, you know me, I always give Mike Tomlin all the credit for everything in the world. And I wonder if we're focusing on the wrong thing with them. If they've just literally, not only record-wise, but schematically, just been the same thing forever.
If you're good enough, I can tell you exactly what we're going to do before we do it, and we execute, and we still do it and beat you.
But are they that?
They're not, because they're getting older, but that's why there's even more emphasis on what they need to turn into in the offense. Like, it's cyclical. Sometimes your identity is on defense. Sometimes it has to be on offense. Right now, it should be their defense, but their offense hasn't gotten to the point where they can evolve and take over as the main identity for the team.
We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Hear that? It's the gentle sound of a waterfall on your hike. And if you were here, you'd take a deep breath of fresh air if you weren't so winded. But you're not here, because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. And the bugs you wipe from your headlights are all the nature you need. So if you ride, see if you could save with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes, all from the great indoors. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
All right, fellas, let's tackle the age-old question. What do I get her for Valentine's Day? Don't stress. Send foolproof flowers from the Books Company and get 25% off your entire purchase. Books flowers are fresh, vibrant, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Don't wait. Valentine's Day is February 14th, so get your order in now. Go to Books.com. Use my promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt in for Jackson Burkett, who is ill today. And you are, Doug, are you hearing anything?
Well, I hear you, but not through the speaker, not through the system here.
I thought it was me. I was scrambling for an adapter. So that means I won't hear the drops, the callers when Pestis calls in.
Yeah, Pestis wants to call
text in, though, to let it, this is really Radio 101. If you hear us, test. Please text in.
Let's see what we got.
Okay.
They got Timmy there, so they are going to play extra hard.
Okay.
Okay. I guess.
That sounds like a good start.
All right.
Doug's Hammerbelt says he's in Kansas City for work. A lot of people seem to be supporting the St. Louis Chiefs.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, that's our club now, I guess. Love it or hate it, that's who we are.
I gather that the audience can hear us because if not, Martin, we would see approximately 100 texts telling us to go to hell.
Right.
And that they can't hear us.
What if we finally drank bleach? Yeah.
There's a guy who says he hears us. We should give out Jackson's home phone number so these people can call him and rip him.
For being sick?
Mm-hmm.
Jackie out today, under the weather.
You can just DM.
KG is here. It'll be a big drop Friday. Tim, I think it's a little of a Francesa Friday, but I must have known going into today that the phones could be an issue because KG handles the phones, but now he's running the board. I woke up this morning to a dream.
Oh, no.
And the dream was me yelling at Jackson to answer the phone. And it
What a dream.
It had to be related to this show. But do you wake up often and your alarm's going off and the beep, beep, beep? Wasn't the phone ringing. It was the alarm telling me to get up.
Oh, yeah.
Get up, everybody. Get up with Mike.
I've had that once.
And I was yelling, Jack, pick up the phone, pick up the phone.
Do you find you wake up a lot, like a minute or two before the alarm goes off?
Yes.
Like your body is so
Conditioned,
to-
yes.
to get up, that you don't really need the alarm.
People that have done morning TV, morning radio. I think Randy Don said now she still wakes up at like 2 a.m. every day. And just,
No way.
and, like her body wakes up and then she'll fall back asleep.
Yeah.
Because you do it for so long.
Yeah.
But I was yelling at Jackson because KG's got to operate the whole thing.
A whole ship, brother.
And we need drops. And we kind of like the phone calls on Fridays. Francesa Friday.
I don't think I could have handled a career in local news if it meant getting up at 2 in the morning. I think I would have had to shut it down at that point. So, I'll go be a shepherd or something.
A shepherd.
Tend to flock.
Was that available on Indeed?
You can find
To
those
be a
kind of
shepherd?
gigs. Sure. Absolutely.
I don't think you can ever get used to that. I mean, this is early, but when you're waking up at 2 a.m., that just alters your entire life.
It's one thing if you're anchoring the Today Show and you're making $25 million a year.
Yeah, then you can do it.
Yeah. It's another if it's a local gig and your whole life is turned upside down. I don't think so.
Doug, what if the $25 million a year is not enough? You also need an office with a button under the desk where you can lock the door so females can't escape.
Right.
That's a special perk that goes beyond the $25 million.
Yeah. Now, is Craig getting that?
No, as we celebrate.
Right. We're celebrating Craig.
What do you think Matt Lauer's doing? Just traveling the world
I guess
incognito?
just vacationing, yeah.
Think he'd ever want to talk?
No.
And this might be the vehicle?
No. It's
What
worth
if-
a shot.
What if nobody's asked? I'll bet Howard Stern's tried to get him on. I'd like to hear his side. of the
If
story.
you were Matt Lauer, would you go on and do a bunch of interviews?
Not if
Rehashing
not if I couldn't clear the air in any good way.
Yeah.
That if it's all true.
I'm not sure there's any story he could concoct that would make people say, oh, okay, I understand it now. You had every right to sexually abuse all those women. I don't think there's any getting out of it.
It's kind of like our Philly fan that was a little aggressive. He said there's always two sides of the story. To which we said, well, now would be a good time to tell it. You just got fired. You're a national pariah.
There may be two sides, but one side may still be totally in the wrong.
Correct. But if you have that, if you have something to say in your defense,
So this is the show, huh?
now's the time. Now's the time.
All right.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's a Francesa Friday where calls come in fast and furious, and there really won't be much of a filtering process because Chairman Kurt usually is the person filtering. But today he's running the board. 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to text in as well. 314-399-9646. The YouTube chat. Doug, they were waiting for us. And isn't that nice that they waited for us?
Yes.
90 people already just sitting there talking it over. Jake Reynolds says, morning, boys. Hope everyone has a great, safe weekend. Timmy, have your boy ready to throw knucks at the Billikens game tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Keep your head on a swivel, you beautiful short king.
Oh.
Thanks, everyone. Doug, that's from Jake Reynolds. Both my sons will be in attendance. Martin, your children will be in attendance. Our wives will be in attendance. It's going to be a big pony tonight at the Billikens Blizzard game against the Dayton Flyers. And you talk about the tournament.
But nobody's throwing knucks, are they?
Oh, they were. The investigation continues.
Yeah, I noticed that there's an investigation.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get
Everybody's going to. Buck Swope's probably leading it. He's who I'd hire to run it. He's got the video. He's got the extended video.
Will there be a result to the investigation?
Can he put his efforts into that investigation with the email of the day on the line today?
He has to win today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, or Doug, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, becomes the first lady to ever win the email of the month.
Not just for her, but for us.
Oh, wow.
Because we'll be helping her break the glass ceiling.
That's correct. By the way, it's the Billiken Blizzard. SLU Dayton tonight, 6 p.m. Free the Lou T-shirts for all fans in attendance. Tickets starting at $25. Order today. Limited amount of tickets open. For tickets, go to slubillikens.com or 314-977-4SLU. Billikens, Dayton, 6 p.m. tonight. What an atmosphere it will be. Do you wear white? Is that the deal?
No, they hand out. The seats are already ready with white shirts.
Got it.
And then I was reading because, I've been working out, so
Yeah, you have.
a lot of bicep development here. I was worried, what if the shirts don't fit? How do they know where the fat asses are sitting? You can exchange them.
Oh, you can? For a bigger
behind
size?
the 119. Well, smaller if it's too big for you.
Yeah.
But they lay out, the shirts are already laid out, ready to roll. It's a blizzard. It's
Very nice.
6 o'clock tip. Tim and I will probably be at Pops at about, noon?
Yeah.
Gets things started.
Really?
Yeah.
With Jackson's dad and some of the loyal Festus listeners. We'll have a few, knock down a few blasts.
And then after the game, where will you go?
Straight to bed.
East side?
Right. I'll be asleep by 9.
What is this? Is Humphreys is back. Used to be Clark's right across the street. It was Clark's and Humphreys. Humphreys is back. I don't know where the kids go shooting.
Yeah, where do
Humphreys, I
Billikens
guess.
students go for libations? Fieldhouse is still going strong in Columbia, Doug.
Is it really?
DBA, the Viper Room. Yeah.
It was so much easier there because you could almost just kind of walk from one to the next. I don't think you can really
kind of
do that.
Nashvilleian.
Nashvilleian, I guess.
All right, you're going to accept that. You didn't want to
on a-
initially, but now you're coming
on a
around on it. I know.
much smaller scale, but I don't know where the Billiken students hang out. But I know you two will probably go to the east side.
I will.
At noon? Lunch?
Correct.
You're going to hand off the kids to your wife after the game. And
I
you
have
and
an
Martin are going to
appearance.
go to the east
I have an
side.
appearance to make.
Jake Reynolds says, I'm a bit behind, but Tim looks super serious. I hope all is okay.
Oh, gosh. Well, all is okay, isn't it?
I like that Martin he's only 3 months into this, but the things that can be attached to the program.
I'm still.
I'm ill.
Absorbing.
I'm ill. I'm not as ill as Jackson, but I'm definitely ill. But other than that, everything's fine. And we don't have audio in our headphones, but we'll be fine. I just have removed them. It's like we're just having a conversation.
But it's a little off, isn't it? Like it makes you feel you're so used to it being a certain way.
100%. Even when I do podcasts or do commercials, I have headphones on.
Can I ask you a
We'll get
question?
attended to. I've texted management to see if they could point us in the right direction.
Let's all just bow our necks a little bit, can we?
Yeah, well, we'll be fine. But
Tim, can I ask you a question?
I want to convey to Jake Reynolds that minus being a little ill, I'm
Okay.
fine.
I'm still trying to figure out your plans after the game. You both tell your wives to go on home with the kids, and then you go to the east side.
Look at Doug's kind of always stirring up trouble.
And you'll probably be there till 4 in the morning.
Celebrating the big W. Tim, this is a tweet from one of the ESPN bet guys. He puts out numbers. Nevada Casino's net win in the month of December, and it's based on games. So which gaming, choice? Roulette, craps, sports, penny slots, blackjack. Nevada Casino's net win. And the numbers are a lot smaller than I thought. But what do you think? Which of those brought in the most money, profit?
What are the options one more time?
Okay, so this is ESPN Bet's David Payne-Purdom.
Okay.
Part of the ESPN Bet Network puts out these numbers. Nevada Casino's net win in December based on each game. Again, the numbers seem really low, but
I would operate on slots.
Doug?
And what are the other options? Slots
Oh, my God.
Well, one more time. Poker, slots.
Jesus.
Sports
Definitely not
gambling.
poker. 100%.
The bus will be here soon, Mr. Vaughn. We're going to Garavelli's. We leave at 10. Blackjack.
Okay.
Craps. Roulette.
Cramps.
Baccarat. Sports. Penny slots.
Okay.
And these are the most profitable for the Nevada casinos in the month of December. Tim went with penny slots.
I went with slots. I mean, just in general, I think slots
they
have
don't
highest
list
margin.
slots. They just
Okay.
list penny slots. 179 million for penny slots. However, Baccarat was the top money maker.
Wow, I would have
around 200 million for the month of December.
I wouldn't have any idea how to play that.
I was going to ask you guys, since you have a gambling issue, what is Baccarat? A card game of sorts, I imagine.
I have not played it.
Never played it.
I know
Yeah.
Blackjack,
some
104
great
million.
poker players do play it.
Maybe that's why
Gus Hansen.
Maybe that's why they make so much money. Nobody knows the rules.
You sit down, you're just hammered. You
How
say,
do we play?
I'm going to try this.
Just put your money down. Oops, sorry, you lost.
In order, according to this, Baccarat top moneymaker for the casinos overall. Penny slots, followed by blackjack, then followed by roulette, craps, and sports was the lowest number in terms of profit, which surprised me a little bit. Yeah.
You know, I wonder what they do in volume, though. I bet it's way up there in volume.
Oh, yeah. But a lot comes in, Doug, and then a lot
What
goes
goes
out.
out?
A lot comes in, a lot
Okay.
goes out. Okay.
Well, remind me not to play Baccarat next time I'm out there.
Think any of our listeners have played Baccarat? Bob
Probably-
Thomas at
probably
8:15,
somebody, huh?
Tim, on a game day.
Yeah, rare game day in Denver, so he's going to be up at
7:15?
7:15 in Denver.
How are we going to hear him?
Oh boy,
That happened once before where he couldn't hear us, or we couldn't hear him. Or...
boy, that was astute. I hadn't thought through that that we could be staring down in an hour.
I don't understand. I hear everything perfectly in these headphones, and I have never run into this trouble. I feel terrible, but I'm not sure.
Understand. Hey, you're doing an emergency responsibility here. Like I said, Doug, what we'll do, you said you will bow our necks.
We should bow our necks, yeah.
All right, we will take a break and see if we can tend to the headphone issue. Our apologies for the situation. Jackson is ill. Chairman Kurt is stepping in an emergency role. We'll try to tend to the headphone issue here. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Like we didn't know any better?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Chairman Kurt filling in for Jackson Burkett, who is ill today. And he is doing, Doug, what do you call it, yeoman's work?
Yeoman's work, yeah. That's what I've always called it.
Filling in on the program. You're welcome to watch youtube.com/TMA STL. Air Alliance team, sponsor of the studio cameras here on The Morning After. And you're welcome also to email in The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. 4-hour design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. If the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom were to win, or anybody other than Buck Swope were to win today at 10:50, Doug, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wins the month of January. Plus, we will have the Papal Conclave for our Listener of the Month. And if you're interested in being the Listener of the Month, and Pestis from Festus had his wife sign him up at TMASTL.com. Go to TMASTL.com. Importantly, you can maintain your anonymity. Doug is pro-dox, but that is not what TMASTL.com requires. You can keep your nom de plume.
I'm pro-transparency. They know who we are. Why can't we know who they are?
You don't think Marcia's burner is his real name?
Probably not. Probably like Marcia Smith or something.
Sir, can I see your license? It says here, just don't press push. Yeah, what about it? That's my name. You don't think those are real names?
Probably not. But I don't know what you're doing that you'd have to have your name concealed.
Mr. Eligible. Bowl eligible, that is. You don't think so?
Jugs in D.C. is yelling at chairman to play drops. Are you playing drops?
I played a couple in the first segment, but if I play them, you guys don't know they're coming. It steps on you, so...
Yeah, I guess it's a tough spot. He can't play drops because we can't hear the audio in our headphones. So it's but it's there for the audience, but then we might be stepping on it. See, Doug?
We're in a tough spot.
Chicago's my town, see. 25 years ago today, Martin, was the Rams Super Bowl parade, which, with the benefit of hindsight, I was at it, and you were not. Were you at it, Doug?
Yes, I was.
So you got back from Atlanta and went right to it.
So you were more committed to journalism than I was.
Oh, I was right there.
I had an afternoon flight out of Atlanta, which was nice because it was a shooting match the night they won. But I think I flew back at 4 o'clock. By the time I got back, the parade was over.
Oh.
And everyone, the players still talk about how unbelievable the impact was. And maybe for them, you get off the plane, you're still half sober, whatever. You just kind of get through the parade. It's part of the whole post-game buzz. But why did we do it the day after?
I don't know.
Most cities wait a few days. You plan it out. You map it out. But for Mandy Murphy, I said this last night. We did it the day after. We didn't know any better. And then we went to a break, and she said, no, it was 2 days later.
I guess they were just so excited they couldn't wait. And when the Cardinals have had their parades, that's been
usually a couple days later.
I remember how cold it was, too. Freezing cold.
I think Kansas City's already planning theirs.
Are they?
Yeah. I remember an awkward moment. I don't want to call him out because he's still on the air, but we were carrying, I saw the coverage later. John Pertzborn, great guy, newsman on Fox 2 News in the morning. He was part of the parade coverage. And he runs over because the floats and the trucks are going by. But you get a player while they're rolling by. Hey, what does it mean to me? And he goes up to him and said, Kurt Warner, what a season. It was Trent Green.
Oh no.
And I'm like, ooh. And Trent said, well, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And it's been
He's a pro's pro.
Great run. The giant cast on my leg might indicate I didn't play yesterday, but.
He's made a heck of a career for himself.
Pertzborn, absolutely.
I mean,
Trent Green.
Green, yeah.
Friend of the show. Big Kansas City guy. Works with Kevin Harlan on CBS. It's a great crew. But, the parade was the day after.
Do you think they win the Super Bowl with Green at quarterback instead of Warren?
They all believe that. All the players believe that what Kurt stepped into, obviously a Hall of Fame player, they all believe they were going to do that same thing with Kurt. And they will tell you, and you and I look at an OTA and say that's stupid. It's just training. But they said if you look at the work we did from the spring through the summer, everything was dead on. That they were poised for that breakout, whether Trent was the quarterback or Kurt.
Guys, the Cardinals had theirs on the Sunday in 2011 after they won on a Friday. I do recall that, and I think that was the case in 2006
weren't they
as
both
well.
Friday wins?
And Tony La Russa was wearing a Smooch Your Pooch T-shirt. Was that in 2006 or
I don't know the
2011? He
years,
was wearing
Tim.
the Smooch Your Pooch. I think 2006 was the Smooch Your Pooch. And I think in 2011, the Rams were playing, and they upset the Saints that afternoon. Am I correct on that?
Yes,
Gosh,
because I remember Costas
Gotta
on
do show prep, Doug. You gotta do
Costas
show
on NBC. They were showing NFL highlights, and he said the city of St. Louis so alarmed the Rams won they threw a parade, and then they cut to video of the parade. Yeah, because Spags would always talk about, how's Tony La Russa? I love Tony. How are the Cardinals doing? Well, Coach, you guys are 2-10. Let's talk about Tony's club. And they all went from the parade. A bunch of them were on the sideline. Remember that? They went over to the Rams game to witness history. Coach Spags banking a win.
Fun times. Fun times.
Apparently, the Chiefs announced if they win next week, there will be a parade, but no rally because of the shootings.
They've talked a lot about that, like what they would do.
It's Sharon and Sanibel / Clayton.
If you're the Chiefs, aren't you? This went on even a week ago before the championship game. Wouldn't you be a little paranoid as much as they are in the NFL, like planning a parade, talking about the celebration before you even get to the Super Bowl? Be a little paranoid. I think they should have meetings about it, but not disclose it.
Probably so.
If you're superstitious.
Yeah, they got to be ready, but yeah.
How did that Super Bowl parade compare to the Stanley Cup parade a handful of years ago?
Martin, you were not there.
I was not at the Super Bowl parade, so.
And I wasn't at the Stanley Cup parade.
Doug, were you at both?
I was at both.
All right. You can give us the comparison and
the Stanley Cup, I think, was better just because the weather was so much nicer.
Yeah,
and so many people. It was freezing cold for that Rams parade, I remember. But there was a lot of people there. I was stationed right by one of the courthouses, right under a sign that said prisoner drop-off area. It was right over my shoulder. I remember that. It was just freezing cold. So I'm sure that kept a few people away. But both were great.
You are the Bob Bragg of this show. You are historian.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah. You're not ready for that title?
No.
Bob Burns?
Because I don't have the memory of some of those guys.
Yeah.
You know, some people remember, like Tim remembers every game that ever happened that he's ever seen. I don't.
Wow. Every pitch?
I just don't. Mm-mm.
Does that same index, Tim, work for like fourth grade Corey League ball? Do you have a game like, I was out stealing at second?
Now, what I've found is if the game has some kind of significance, I can remember when and where I was. That's what I can remember. But if it was like just a random game, I think I've been to like 5 Blues games this year, and they kind of all run together. Yeah.
That's about right.
Yeah, but as far as like Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final, where I think damn near every St. Louisan showed up in 2019 on that Sunday evening thinking that we were going to see the Stanley Cup and the Blues win. Did you guys think that going into that? Because they had won Game 5 and it was all there. And then it was just kind of like kind of a silent defeat. There wasn't a whole lot of sweat to it. Bruins scored early. I think O'Reilly had to delay a game, and maybe Marchand had a power play goal, and they never really got back in it. So it was a really, and so not only did you have the buzzkill of that, then you go, oh crap, now they got to go to Boston and win. Otherwise, this whole thing is going to come to a conclusion in which they get the 15 wins. You got to get the 16th, and now it's going to end again at the hands of Boston, whether it be the Rams and Patriots in Super Bowl 36, the Cardinals and Red Sox in 2004 and 2013. Here we go again. And Doug, you cite the Celtics Hawks often.
Well, and the Blues Bruins in 1970, 71?
Bobby Orr.
Bob Burns over here, I'm telling you.
See, he's got it. He's bringing it out of him.
Because they won Game 7, it's probably glossed over, but that may have been the most disappointing game in city of St. Louis history. I would put Game 6 in the 05 NLCS after the Pujols homer.
It's a nice play.
Because they come home, Busch Stadium's going to close whenever the season ends, but we've got this momentum from the Albert homer. Lidge has got to be rattled. And Mark Muldoon wasn't exactly great.
That's correct. Roy Oswalt shut him down.
And that was it.
I got another one for you. I think you're going to agree with it, too. See if you can. Do you know where I'm going?
Okay.
Martin, I can tell you're in the tank.
Okay. Because let's see. This is a home loss.
That's right. In St. Louis.
Game 5 of the 85 World Series. They could have closed out the Royals at home, and they did not.
Kind of predates me. They were 3-1?
Yeah, so they close them out there. It's over. Instead, they go to Kansas City, and dang it, you're happy.
Rams playoff loss to the Panthers.
That's where I was going.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's a Super Bowl caliber team.
Absolutely. And then the Panthers wound up going to Philadelphia the next week and winning the NFC Championship and then losing on another last-second field goal from Adam Vinatieri. But yes, and it's all sliding doors. But if they would have been able, as we watch Tom Brady beating the Rams up on ESPN for some reason, I have no idea. Oh, they're talking about the Super Bowl trophy being named after Tom Brady again. But what would have happened had they been able to win that, and what could have taken place going forward there?
I think the worst loss in St. Louis is probably the Game 7 World Series loss to the Tigers in 1968. You led the series 3-1, came home and lost the last two, including Game 7 at Busch Stadium. Be hard to top that.
So they were up 3-2 coming back. This is all the stuff kind of pretty.
3-1 at one point.
3-1 in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And they lose
Came back,
in Game
lost
5
the last
and
three, including Game 7 when Curt Flood misjudged a fly ball or slipped on a fly ball hit by Jim Northrup. Turned into a 2-run triple or something.
I think the majority of Blues fans leaving the building that night had to be thinking, God, we're the most tortured fan base. They did it to us all these years. We finally had it right there in front of us. But I think because there was a couple extra days, it went from Sunday to Wednesday.
That's correct.
I feel like the psyche of the town, and including the team, by the time they got to Wednesday, and I think they felt like they were going, you said Maroon told you that.
Yes.
I never felt like the team was in the tank. I think the town might have been.
100%. I thought that was such an odd statement. It was the first time I met Pat, and we were doing a podcast. And he goes, man, you have no idea. We were flying to Boston. I think they flew that Sunday night. And he's like, we're looking at each other going, holy crap, we're going to go win the Stanley Cup. We know we're going to win. And his reasoning was all the guys on the Bruins were going to have to deal with what the Blues had dealt with for the previous few days. And I think, I could be off, people I know will correct me, but I think Game 5 was a Thursday night. So you had Friday, Saturday, and then Game 6 wasn't until Sunday. And like you were saying, Martin, Game 7 wasn't going to be until Wednesday. So you're going to have these 2 days of having people hitting them up for tickets and all the nonsense that you deal with. I mean, it's not nonsense, but it's a distraction. And they're like, they're not going to be able to be in the right mindset, just like we weren't in the right mindset. And we didn't realize it till we got out on the ice. Now, with the benefit of having the result, I think you can make a case that the Bruins absolutely were in the right mindset. They came out like, bats out of hell. It was just Jordan Binnington was able to keep things in check. But once the Blues were able to hold that off, and then the goal right before the end of the first period and the bad line change, whew, cats and dogs. That had to be the most deflating thing for the Bruins.
Well,
they dominated, and they're down 2-0 going into the first intermission.
And we ask, how do players not get up for a big game against Calgary in January? How could you be so flat? And then we talk about a game like that where they were just off.
Yeah.
Collectively, they're off. So clearly it happens. These coaches always sort of know, and they'll say, we didn't have the right energy, we didn't have the right approach. Like, how does that happen? Clearly that night, those guys are trying to win a cup on home ice, but something was askew, and they all knew it.
There are times early in series, and I'm thinking more of ones where I was either like at Fenway Park. We were covering it, Doug, for KMOV. I'm sure you were there, Martin, in 2004, not the 2013 one. And we're doing reports. I think Game 2 was on a Sunday night. Cardinals are down 2-0, and I'm along the first baseline at Fenway Park, and I'm thinking, I'm going to take this in now because we're not coming back. You know what I mean? I knew the Cardinals weren't winning 2 out of 3. But remember, the Mets won the first 2 of the 2000 NLCS. That was Ankiel having problems again. Going, we're not going to see the Cardinals back in St. Louis here. You can sometimes get a sense for it. On the other side of things, there wasn't a doubt in my mind, I mean, not a sliver of doubt, that the Blues were not only going to beat the Sharks following the hand pass game, but also following winning in San Jose in Game 5 when it came back here to win the Western Conference in Game 6. It was just over. San Jose was both physically, mentally defeated. And the Blues were going to wrap that. There wasn't a doubt in my mind. So you can get a sense, whether it's because you know people around the team or you know the team, where things are mentally and how it's going to play out. Now, there are exceptions to that. And, Martin, you cited the 2005 NLCS after they had stunned the Astros. And that just shows momentum is only as good as the next day's pitcher. And you hear it. It's a cliche, but Roy Oswalt came out. He was great. Mulder came out. He wasn't dreadful, but he wasn't great. And away you go. Also, kind of weirdly, the Rangers took the lead the night after Freese's home run. They took the lead in the first inning in Game 7. But then it was Freese who put the Cardinals back on top in the bottom of the first. So, that would have been a way to attempt to mitigate that. On the other hand, the Cardinals in 1985 get worked over in Game 7 following the Dinkinger call. So you can see how it carries over.
That Game 1 at Fenway in 2004 was there for the taking.
Yes.
They came, and I forgot some of the details. I looked them up. They were down.
Mark Bellhorn, Martin.
Or was it Pesky's pole?
Pesky's pole.
It was a 7-2 Red Sox lead. Cardinals cut it to 7-5. They tie it at 7-7. Boston goes ahead 9-7, and then the Cards tie it at 9, only to have friend of the show, Julian Tavares, take the loss. That game was there for the 10. They lose 11-9. That's the series they had no pitching.
No, that was the only time I believe the game was tied after the first inning going forward, by the way. They never had a lead in the World Series.
Yeah, that one was
I think the biggest
over quick.
beatdown I ever saw was that series in '96, Cardinals and Braves.
After they went up 3-1?
Cards went up 3-1. The Braves said, I guess we can start to play now. And they won like the last two games 14-0.
Was that the
15-0?
Was that the Eckersley finger shake?
Yes, we had, when Edmonds and I did a show, but also Leo Mazzoni, for whatever reason, was in producer Joe's Rolodex and would be on TMA often.
Atlanta Alliance?
That's right. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But Justice, Maddox, Glavin, Smoltz, maybe Chipper Jones was on with us too. I mean, it was just nuts. They all came on because they knew Jim, and then he would start scrolling through pictures of tornadoes, and then I'd just start doing the interview, and it was great.
You don't think they came on to talk to you?
My dad said that they did. He did.
Jimmy's there, but let Jimmy do the talking.
But then Jim would point at me like, do you have any questions? I'm like, if you're giving me runway here with Greg Maddox for the next half hour, I'm in. Greg's going to sit here and answer questions. They all talked about when Eckersley closed that game out, he pointed at their dugout, and they were just like, okay, that's enough. And then they absolutely skull-pounded the Cardinals.
Oh, God, it was horrible.
I guess they were kind of close in Game 6. That was Alan Bennis against Greg Maddox. But Doug Donovan Osborne just didn't have it in Game 7.
No. It was like 6 or 7-0 in the first inning, if I remember correctly. And then I went down
Tom Glavine had a triple, I believe.
I went down to Atlanta for Game 7, and they lost, I think it was 15-0. Had to come up with some questions for the skipper right after that one. Not easy. Not an easy gig.
And that was Ozzie Smith's final game.
It was, yeah.
He got a wonderful ovation from Fulton County Stadium's crowd.
Did you ever have any horribly deflating moments in your Hall of Fame broadcasting career?
Oh, no, this has been perfection. I mean, mine is getting threatened by Albert Pujols to sue me for everything I own.
That's deflating.
I better take him. I had him on my surprise guest list. I better take him off that.
Early in my days in Rochester, Minnesota, I might have been on the job 8 months out of college. I looked right into the camera while covering a golf story, reporting on a golf story, saying Lee Trevino was 6 shots off the pace. Only shots came out the S word, just clear as a
Oh, no way.
Potty mouth.
And this was like early in your career, and, and that word kind of mattered more then than it does now.
Yeah,
so what happened?
Oh, it was a deflating moment.
Yeah, but from a management standpoint.
Not a darn thing happened. Nobody said a word. Boy, I was shaking in my boots.
You kind of opened the door for Pat McAfee.
Maybe
you
that's
really
what I did.
started it.
Yeah.
He's often said, Vaughn got away with it in Rochester. And maybe, is it possible that the guy actually had some stomach issues? So maybe what you were saying, that could have been your legal defense.
Could well have been.
That he was so many bleeps.
Well, when no one says a thing about it, it leads you to believe no one's watching.
Well, that's true.
If you get away with it.
Doug, breaking news. The headphones are working.
Yeah,
Chairman Kerr, what happened?
Shout out Jackson Burkett.
Jackson was the one who figured it out?
Yeah, I was texting with him. He said, FaceTime me during a break, show me the board. I didn't want to wait that long. We broke kind of quickly early on, didn't know when it was going to be. So I kind of took a little video, scanning across. He kind of looked over it. Easy fix.
Jackson, Doug. I mean, Jackson has a lot of people in the text inbox and in the YouTube chat who come after him. And maybe it's NBA Sports Center oriented. I don't know.
It's kind of like a Lou Gehrig moment where, he could be on his deathbed and yet still contributing to the ball
What
club.
a moment. Brian's song?
That too.
Or is he Wally Pipp and he's a little nervous?
Because now the chairman's just going to start firing drops. Now the chairman's just going to start firing drops.
Nah, Jackson and I are a united front. He helps me. I help him. Shout out, Jackson.
That's not as much fun, though.
I still am going to fire drops, though.
Okay.
There it is.
That's all that
Chairman's
matters.
going to get going now. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have Robert Thomas and Joey Vitale now because we will be able to hear them. So that'll be delight.
Okay.
That's coming your way. Robert Thomas at 8:15 from Denver. Joey Vitale at 9:15. Hey, this is an opportunity for those of you who love the game of golf to get your equipment for the upcoming season, because SSM Health welcomes the St. Louis Golf Expo this Friday, right now through February 2nd at the St. Charles Convention Center. Get 10 rounds of golf, free balls, and Stiefel Charity Classic tickets while they last. Shop big brands with Pro-Am Golf in the testing and fitting zone. Try your luck to win rounds of golf in their short game contest. Enter the longest putt contest or their long drive challenge on their state-of-the-art simulator and get lessons by Elevate Golf. And if you get thirsty, you can stop by their 19th hole and grab a beverage. It is today through Sunday. Tickets available online at stlgolfexpo.com. That's stlgolfexpo.com. Saturday is Family Day and a college golf symposium. They'll have lesson zones. They'll have a Battlehawks long drive machine. I don't know. Maybe some members of the Battlehawks can really
Or
strike
do
the
they have a
golf
machine hitting the ball?
ball. I don't know.
Travis Feeney, maybe he'll be there.
I think he can really. He plays a nice tight draw, hits a 301 carry.
It's either him or the other guy. Travis
McKernan. Who's, by the way, are you on TikTok, Martin?
No.
God, I can't get enough of it.
Really?
I really can't get enough of it. And up until about a year or so ago, I was convinced it was stay-at-home moms looking for attention, doing dances, being real candid with everybody. And then Jackson goes, it's not that. He goes, your algorithm will pick up the things that you're into. So basically, it's a bunch of videos of myself. But also, whether it be entrepreneurial stuff, golf stuff, it fits your algorithm, the things that you're interested in as you scroll through. And as it turns out, there are all of these different little videos that pop up that I'm super into. Big time recommendation.
I just turned it on. Here's Jim Hayes spitting hot takes.
There you go. The cat's on there. I think Chuckles Marlowe has his thing going on.
Is it all video? And is there a limit on it? Could you do a 10-minute video? You know how Twitter has limitations?
I don't know what the limit is, because if I'm not interested in it, I just bail. So
Hey, guys, stay well.
There's Charlie right there. That's one of his videos. So surprisingly, mine is the first one that pops up from the Pro Bowl games last night, and I will scroll very quickly past it. Yeah, major recommendation for it. But anyway, going back to TikTok, AJ McKernan is constantly live on TikTok.
Really?
Constantly
Is he still
live.
mad at the Battlehawks?
I don't know. He'll be watching games with a guy who does a radio show, I think, in Birmingham, and just breaking games down. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of surprising. I think he could be a friend of the show. I know he's not.
He would.
He doesn't have anything against St. Louis. He just didn't like the way it went down with the Battlehawks.
Love St. Louis.
Yeah.
He would cry about it. We're talking about his experience here. His kids got to see him play. They're on the field with him. Mm-hmm. He had a great experience here. I'm not sure about the ending. He would be a good. I'm writing him down.
Nice.
Oh,
Friend of the show.
Write the name
Surprise guest. Ladies and gentlemen, you can call in now because we'll be able to hear you. Yes. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101 for a Francesa Friday. Robert Thomas, Joey Vitale, and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. All to come. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with a Sports Center update, sponsored by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet, and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues back in action tonight in Colorado. You can hear that right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame's at 7. Puck will drop at 8. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt filling in for the ill Jackson Burkett. But, Doug, you said Jackson needs to get a game ball for communicating with Chairman Kurt while he's ill and finding the button that wasn't properly pressed that had our headphones silent. What a moment for Jackson Burkett. 5 years into his tenure on this show, an enemy of the hockey fan in St. Louis, a friend of the NBA fan in St. Louis, and today he has his moment. What a moment it is.
Kind of a Willis Reed type moment where he limps in and talks about a button that needs to be hit, and now we're right back on the air where we want to be.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
That might be my favorite drop.
Can I get some context on that? Is it a pitcher?
I
starting
believe
pitcher?
that's Ron Washington last year with the Angels, and if memory serves, and I think there's probably some people in the audience who know exactly what happened. If memory serves, he called for a bunt. Whoever it was who was instructed to bunt didn't get the bunt down. Ron Washington was asked about it, and I believe that was his response, which I'm sure inspired a lot of fans from his roster in the clubhouse when he threw his player under the bus.
I'd like to hear it one more time if we could. Kurt, do you have
I love Ron Washington.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
What are the levels of management? Always blame the people below you. Never take the blame.
Guys, Libby Jack is probably home with an Indiana fever because he's such a WNBA simp. So Eric in the Central West End is not expressing any form of sympathy for Jackson's conditions
And
today.
he's calling it Indiana fever?
Yeah.
That's the name of the Caitlin Clark squad.
Oh, that's right.
So you catch it? That's
I
pretty
did,
creative
yeah.
for Eric in the
Double
Central West
entendre,
End. Article from Jeremy Rutherford this morning on The Athletic. The tears of Blues trades. Because now we may be reaching that point in the season. Parentheses, unfortunately. For example, 2 years ago, it was pretty clear what was going to happen. You know, O'Reilly was going. You knew Tarasenko was going. Thought it was a good chance Barbashev would go. And that's wound up being quite the hit for the Vegas Golden Knights. But here is who Jeremy Rutherford lists as untouchables. Doug, I know you love guessing games.
Untouchables.
He lists four as untouchables.
Oh.
Untouchables, and then it's ... I think.
Okay. Untouchables. How about Holloway?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you say untouchables, Tim?
This is a delay tactic,
Then
Martin.
he said ...
I
Okay.
think.
So you should
that's according
probably
to Jeremy Rutherford.
Go to the Jeff Ablin School of Broadcasting.
Would it be Broberg?
Broberg is also correct.
Okay.
It's off to a flying start.
Okay.
He is. Thank you, Jim.
Neighbors?
No, I'm sorry.
You're sorry about that.
I would put him on that list.
I am sorry.
Yeah. That's Hofer?
No, I'm
Gotta have a
sorry,
goalie.
and now it's getting off the rails here.
Okay, gosh.
Now it's off the rails.
Now you're on the bus here.
Thomas?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
And one more, if you could.
Okay. Can I have initials on this one?
How about position?
Well, that wouldn't help Jackson, but Doug, it probably will help you.
Defenseman.
It is Parayko.
Parayko,
I don't know if I can count it when you say not Parayko.
Well, at his age, I would have thought that maybe that he would be someone, and his salary, that if you were desperate, you might move him. You'd get something for him, for sure.
Thomas
obviously
Parayko?
Fowler's established.
Cam Fowler not on that list. Thomas, Parayko, Holloway, and Broberg listed as untouchables, I think. Then the next category is, does it help? Jordan Kyrou, Pavel Buchnevich, Braden Shen, Jake Neighbors, and then, how about this?
Oh.
Jordan Binnington, Joel Hofer. How about that?
Well, all the guys you just mentioned are 30 or older, I think.
Not Cairo.
Or close to it.
Or Hofer.
Yeah. Not
Oh,
Cairo.
he did say Hofer? Okay. Well,
We lumped them both in there. What was the category that they were
Does it
going?
help?
Doesn't help?
No, does it help? I got to be honest with you.
What does that mean?
That's
we don't know.
Sorry. I'm trying. JR text in. Does it
JR
help?
might text in. He's a
Does it help?
loyal listener.
Untouchable. It's amazing how Holloway and Broberg are already on that list.
He writes regarding Cairo, there's been less criticism of Cairo, and deservedly so. He leads the team in goals and points, and he's been more consistent, not going more than 3 games without a point. His full this is the part that makes it relevant to the conversation. His full no trade clause kicks in this summer. But for any fans who would still move him, what are you getting in return? With regard to the contract that certainly is getting the attention now, and that is Pavel Buchnevich, JR writes, there was excitement when Buchnevich signed a 6-year, $48 million extension last July. I think there was to an extent. I don't think that was like a universally, and I'm not saying that that's what JR is writing, but I don't think that was universally celebrated. But that has been subdued with offensive totals that projected just 18 goals and 52 points. His career suggests he'll be fine, and with the cap increasing, teams wouldn't be turned off by his contract, but the Blues need the 200-foot player he's been in the past.
I would think he'd get something for Cairo. He's on pace to score 30 or more goals this year. He had 31 a year ago, 37 the year before that. That kind of player has value. He's only 26.
I think the way that it's played out, if deep down they're not sure and they do want to press eject, that what he has done this year puts it in play, whereas before, I don't know if that would have been really realistic. Along those same lines, right when the Cardinals were debating whether or not to put Wilson Contreras in left field a month into his tenure as Cardinal catcher, and he wasn't exactly having a great year, the Cardinals wouldn't have been able to get a thing for him. They wouldn't have been able to unload him. I remember having some Cardinal Rider guests, John Denton, I can recall, on. I don't know if Derek Gould wrote this in his chat or not, so I don't want to for sure attribute it to him. But certainly I remember talking about with John Denton at the All-Star break. He goes, oh my God, they'd love to trade Contreras, but who's going to take him? Contreras now, at least offensively, is upped his stock, but I don't know if Contreras wants to spend the remainder of his career as a DH. I don't know. And I don't know if other teams want to spend that kind of money for him to be DH and not necessarily be a position player. Cairo, because of what he's been able to do along those same lines, has made himself marketable, but then would the team be moving away from somebody that obviously when Armstrong signed him to that deal, they thought was going to be part of the long-term future? Schenn, of course, is the opposite side of that. JR writes, Schenn is playing his best hockey in recent years. He's 33 years old with 3 seasons left on his contract, and those situations don't typically yield many trade options anyway, but it would be surprising if the Blues wanted to move their captain while looking for more leadership, not less, during the retool.
Yeah, I wouldn't think there'd be a huge market for someone like Schenn. That's a good, solid player, obviously. But you're going to take on the last 3 years of his career at a big salary? I wouldn't think that'd be too attractive for a lot of teams, unless it's a team that thinks they're very close to a cup and he might be the final piece.
Schenn, for the record, due 6.5 next year. 26-27, 4.3, and then 27-28, 4.
I think the Cairo dilemma is when you've got a high goal-scoring player, if he can be a 40-goal scorer, you don't have a lot of those around. Even though he can drive you crazy and they can be erratic, it's hard to give that guy away and watch him go somewhere else and score 38, 40 goals. I don't think you can trade Cairo as much as he's been a pincushion at times. He's part of the core that they've bought into. Although somebody made the analogy, I think it was on the text line the other day, about this group, this core, and it said, starting to remind me of the Oshie, Backus, Berglund. Remember that group?
Sure.
They would do a lot of marketing campaigns. Weren't they playing the piano?
Come Grow With Us?
Come Grow With Us led to Don't Stop Believin', and they were playing the piano on the ice, and they were highly marketed, but they weren't really backing it up on the ice. And it just wasn't working. And eventually they traded Oshie, who's a great player. And then Berglund ends up leaving, and Backus eventually leaves. They had a great run in 16, but it wasn't a group that was going to win a cup. So maybe this group, something about it is just not, and we've talked a little bit about it in the room and the leadership. So do you shake it up? I mean, when John Mozeliak traded Alan Craig and Joe Kelly. That was to kind of shake up the room. They brought in John Lackey, who, of course, was going to come in and be a loud voice and a veteran voice.
That's interesting. That's your perspective on that deal. I thought they knew that Alan Craig was just done for, and they were I loved that trade. That is one of my favorite trades. And I realized of the three, the guy who got the least attention at the moment would have been Kelly. And then the guy who, as far as return goes, he was, and has had the biggest.
He's still pitching.
He's still pitching.
Yeah.
Now, that deal at the time was with the Red Sox, but Lackey had this deal structure that the Cardinals had him pitching for damn near nothing. But I loved unloading Alan Craig's contract. And that's how I oftentimes, when I'm talking about deals, that's how I look through the lens. My perspective on Wilson Contreras catches a lot of hell. It's not anti-Wilson Contreras. If anything, he's the kind of guy who you would want on a team, and he certainly hits. My issue with the deal is it made no sense for where the Cardinals were financially and what they were looking to do as far as build a winning team. I still don't know what that was about, but it's not anti-Wilson Contreras. I'm looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, and from an Alan Craig standpoint, you had somebody on your roster who was just done, unfortunately, and to be able to unload that, in addition, more importantly, for a contract that was going to provide zero return on investment, that was glorious. It was. If you could get anything for it, it was great. So the fact that they got John Lackey for it made it even better. I loved that trade. So that's how I look at things. So if you're going along those lines, whether it be with Kyrou or someone else, if you're going, I just don't think it's ever going to happen here with him. He might be able to go into some kind of offense where he doesn't need to be the guy, and then he can kill it, but he doesn't necessarily need to be a foundational piece. Then I would understand that. I think it definitely would have a lower approval rating this year than it would have at this time last year, about a month and a half removed from the Berube firing and how he got booed. But there'd be some people who'd be on board with it. I think it would probably be, relatively speaking, unpopular. The one that's intriguing here is the Binnington-Hofer conversation. Because anytime I talk with kind of my circle of guys I bounce Blues conversations off of, the Binnington name is the one that they'll bring up. That's the one that they bring up. Not because they're like, oh, he's dead, but that might be somebody who would be, if you got a team that's really close, but they got a goaltending issue, as was the case for so many Blues teams over the decades before 2019, could you really tap into it? But as JR writes, the issue with trading him is that taking away half of the goalie tandem would make contending more difficult, and the return may not be worth it.
Yeah, well, it always depends on the return that you're going to get. You don't want to give him away. But if you think Hofer can be a number one guy, and you got somebody else in the minors who could be a capable backup, it might make sense.
I think I think they believe in Hofer as the next guy for sure. And I think if you look at Binnington's contract, were there 2 more years? So he's not here long term. I think they'd be open to trading Binnington, even though that sounds crazy. The guy who won the Cup, for sure. I think they'd be open to that.
So of those names, you think that is the one that would be most likely?
Most likely. Shen doesn't feel real likely because I don't know his market. I agree Parayko's not going anywhere. I agree Thomas is not going anywhere. And the Holloway Brobergs, pretty friendly deals. You want to keep them. Yeah, I think of all the people on the list, I think Binnington might be the most likely to go. I think Kyrou, it's an interesting thought because he's playing pretty well. His reputation has bounced back a little bit. If you're going to do it, if you don't believe he's going to be part of a winning core, you should do it when he's playing at a high level. But I think they'd just be a little hesitant to pull the trigger there for a team that doesn't always score consistently. That's just, I don't know.
He's your best goal scorer for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put Binner in that group.
Binnington's your guy. Doug, what do you
Does
think?
it help?
I'd say the same. I think they would lose a lot of the star power. He's probably the biggest star on the team, if that matters. When you're trying to sell tickets or market the team, he's still probably the guy. Maybe that doesn't matter to them. Maybe I'm overestimating what that's worth. But I think they could pull the trigger on that. He makes a darn much money, and now he's in his 30s now. He's no longer a young player. So, yeah, if you can get something for him, I think that's not out of the question that they would pull the trigger on something like that.
By the way, I don't know if anybody saw this last night. Marc-Andre Fleury, at the age of 40, he becomes the first player to ever shut out a team in its building in his teens and shut out a team in its building in his 40s, as he shut out the Canadiens in his final year. And at the Bell Center, the Canadiens waited for him on the ice right after the game and shook his hand. How about that? It was like a playoff. It was like a playoff line reception
for shutting them out.
I wonder how. I don't know what Montreal Sports Talk Radio sounds like. I used to call in often with some Tim Raines takes, but I haven't listened recently, and I wonder if they are all over L'Habitant for shaking his hand, or if they thought. I looked at it, but I have no emotional investment in the Wild or the Canadiens. And I'm like, that was pretty cool. What a tribute, and what a statistic.
Yeah, I would imagine the fans in Montreal.
Well, they were all cheering.
Are appreciative of hockey history as much as any fan base in the league.
And Marc-Andre Fleury.
He must be the greatest guy, because everybody tweets, "Way to go, Flower!" Like, even not just last night. Whenever he does something, people comment how much they love. He came in and stoned the Blues earlier this year. Remember that? He was cold off the bench, came in relief. But he must be extremely popular around the league, because I've never heard anybody say anything bad about him. They love Marc-Andre Fleury.
Brian, back to the blue line. Hunt's taking a little look. Be-look. Gives it back to Hunt. Hunt's really in close. Oh, gives it to Brian. Brian, roof daddy! Get the shingles out. We need to replace them, as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
Was that from the Montreal game last night?
Yeah, that was one of Minnesota. I think it was Minnesota's second goal. It's quite a call. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll close out the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Martin, we have history coming up at 10:50. I don't know if you're going to stick around, especially with Jackson out. I don't know what the onboarding situation is on Fridays, but Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Buck Swope needs to win to force a one-game sudden death playoff on Monday. It's Design Air, sponsor the email today.
There are going to be trucks out front. Those are the satellite trucks for coverage, for the coverage. And then maybe some Design Air trucks just to be in on the celebration. Hopefully Tom will come by. People are requesting serviceman Tom.
Cletus really thought he was handsome.
Have we seen Tom? I don't want to crowdsource.
Doug, have you looked up any pictures of Tom from Design Air?
Not yet, but I will.
Most importantly, they're a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and the family wondering, what in the hell are we talking about? They've been around since 1904. Also, they're the longest-running TMA supporter advertiser of this show. The deal is the furnace, the winter, the air conditioning in the summer. You need it working properly. It's all about being comfortable in your home. They're experts in that. On top of it, they are there to do the repairs and not sell you. They're technicians, not salespeople. That's the Tom. Not only is he a handsome fella, he's a repairman. He's not a salesman. There is a distinction to be made in this business. Design Air wants to make sure you have a great experience. Website real simple. DesignAirService.com. Set up your appointment online. If you're in a panic, call them. Get them out there quickly. Design Air, heating and cooling for all your HVAC needs.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 211 friends are gathered right now talking it over. 219, Doug. Another 8 just joined in. Talking it over with coaches John and Dean Ellis. And Joey Vitale's Orange Scully said, can't wait to see Marty and Tim on the Kiss Cam tonight at the Billikens game. That'll be great. Looking forward to it.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
You guys going to sit right next to each other? Okay.
We only have 2 seats. We get 4 people. Do the math,
right.
Doug.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt filling in for the ill Jackson Burkett. But Jackson, still working even though he's not here. With the headphone issue we had early on in the program. Jackson, would you FaceTime with him, Chairman?
No, just shot a little video, sent it his way. Just a little workaround. Dude's a little champion.
Doug, how you like that? Dude's a little champion.
And a little workaround. I like that, too.
And I could tell, he's a soldier. And yesterday afternoon, after your sound story, Doug, I hadn't seen him like that before. He usually puts on a pretty tough face, but you could tell he was feeling it.
A little blue in the gills?
I don't know what that phrase means, but probably is.
Did he look like he was going to blow groceries?
No, I wouldn't say that. But, he usually has a little pep in his step. And, but yesterday, no, not so much.
He is a peppy fellow.
I'm surprised he was even awake when you sent him this
That's
video.
what I was thinking.
He told me last night when we were talking about today that he'd be up and at him by about 6:45 if I needed anything.
At the ready.
Yeah.
I'm going to text him right now.
Reviewing Mississippi State game film, I guess?
He's like a surgeon. On his day off, got called by another doctor. How do I fix this heart attack victim?
Well, Costas calls that
talk you through it.
Busman's holiday.
I want to play with your butt flaps.
Oh.
It's a good drop. I like that one. You can call into the program. I know Pestis from Festus has been calling in. 314-974-0101. Great news today is there really can't be much of a filtering process because Chairman Kurt's running the board.
Texas rules.
Yeah, it is Texas rules. Robert Thomas will be with us coming up here in a matter of moments on the program. Joey Vitale at 9:15, and then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If anybody other than Buck Swope wins today at 10:50, we'll have history. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom will become the first lady to ever win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day in the 21-year history of this program. So this is, hey, let's be honest. It was tough to get to bed last night with this kind of excitement and anticipation.
It's going to be a goosebumps moment for all of us.
Has anyone ever come close? Like reach the elite eight?
You track the history that...
We just don't have any female listeners to come close. I don't know of any other who ever sent an email. Have we ever had another woman send us an email? Call her Ellen, maybe?
I got one last night, but it was only sent to me, and I don't know if it was for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. So sometimes that'll happen. People just email me, and they don't. But I don't know if they're meant to be read on the air. Yeah. So yes, that was from an actual lady.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
Thank you, baby.
How do you separate the historical moment that could from the actual objectivity of the vote? How do you?
It's so tough. Doug and we took an oath, and the oath was to always vote for the best email. And we realize at 10:50 we're going to be looking down the barrel of history, but we still have that obligation to vote for the best email.
Almost makes you think we need to construct a Mount Rushmore of emailers.
Nice.
Whatever, dude.
A Mount Rushmore of everything else.
Jackson being sick for today's email of the day is not ideal for this frisky bitch. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Because he's been giving her his votes?
I think that might be an issue. Okay. She's a little concerned that this big 2-goal lead she had on Buck Swope is slipping away, and Swope is going to make history.
Was it possible Jackson could listen at home and text in his vote?
I think he's watching that Mississippi State game film.
Okay. What's a fat crank?
Oh.
I just texted Jackie, are you listening? This is me crowdsourcing. He said, just put on the YouTube for a sec. So I don't know what that means.
I'm almost disappointed that he's doing that, to be honest with you.
Who cares?
Guys, bikini model Brittany won multiple email of the day competitions in the 2023 season.
Well, that was Kevin Miller. That was Kevin Miller.
What?
He called himself bikini model Brittany. It was actually Kevin Miller.
You're saying it was a guy?
Yes, it was a guy.
But you're saying it kind of confidently, too.
Well, I'm really confident that it was him. Like 50, 60-year-old something.
I'm a sex addict.
Okay. No, I don't have any doubt that was Kevin Miller. He had some good emails, though.
Yeah, I always kind of thought that was like hot kind of girl emails, and now you're telling me it was a guy in his 60s who sells real estate?
Absolutely it was, yeah.
Okay, well, now I'm going to have to re-examine what's erotic for me.
Okay.
Gosh, darn it, my prostate.
Is that Mad Dog?
I think it was. Yeah.
That was a recent addition to the drops.
Nicely done, Chairman. Doug, I know you always look forward to it. It's coming up here in the next hour and a half. Joe Lenardi's bracketology. We'll find out.
What sport now? What sport that hasn't been played for months and won't be?
Wow.
And whose rosters aren't even set at this point.
That is a dangerous sentence you just uttered there. But ILL lost last night at Nebraska. And there's Danny Nee doing that thing that he does at Lincoln.
He's still there?
Yes, he is.
Gosh. I miss the Illinois game. They come close?
From the get-go, they were having some problems. That's a wide delta operation.
Yeah.
They can put it on really good teams, and then they can look rough against some average competition.
They shot 42 threes. 40. Doug, how many do you think they made out of 42?
Question.
Well, they only scored 74 points, so I'll say they made maybe 8 or 9.
10 for 42. They did force overtime, but they were chucking it, man.
Could you hit that many if you weren't being guarded? Just in an empty gym? Could you hit 8 out of 43? I bet you could.
Probably right around there, if I'm being honest. 10 out of 42. I don't believe they ever led in the game. They did tie it. They did get to overtime. They're going to make the tournament, but that was kind of a messy loss.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. And Danny Nee is no longer there, but Rich Gould used to get mad when Doc Sadler was there. Because whenever Mizzou would play or anybody was in Nebraska, he would say, listen to these announcers. Oh, you don't want to play a Doc Sadler team? Boy, when you go up against Doc Sadler, he said, stop it already. They've never won anything. And they would go on, and he would find a game, and he'd turn it up. They'd be talking about Doc Sadler.
Beta test a take.
Oh, Illinois has lost 3 out of 4 now. But that's the thing about college hoops. You can be well coached. You can hustle and do everything right. But if the shots just don't fall, especially the three-pointers, that's the game now.
And they keep
If you just got a game where you can't make them drop, you can lose to anybody.
If it is part of the game, it's a huge part of the game. This was Mizzou last year when they would just keep chucking them. I feel like, Art, it's not working. Maybe we should start driving a little bit. Maybe we should go to the basket, back somebody down. But it's the way they play the game now.
I guess the analytics tell them that you're much better off shooting the 3. But it's been my experience that the team that gets the most easy shots usually wins. And the easy shots are down low.
We got Gary Finkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
He would tell you the same.
I was at Uncle Rich's house the other day. Little TV piece Sunday night.
Sunday night's going to be on Sports Final.
Yeah, talking about his relationship with Nick Sirianni, being at Eagles games. And I said, how about you being an Eagles fan? He said, well, the second they fire Nick Sirianni, and they will. That's how he started the interview. Like, that's kind of negative going into the Super Bowl. He goes, no, it's going to happen. And I will cease being a fan the moment that happens. But for now, I'm an Eagles fan.
Let me crowdsource real quickly. When is the last time a coach, solely on his own, stepped down? Now, maybe there's an obvious answer, and people are going to text in 100 times and go, how'd you not think of this?
NFL or any sport?
NFL.
Was Belichick fired in New England, or did he
Yes.
step down?
At the very least, I think that was a mutual situation. But I'm talking about 100% like, thank you, it was wonderful.
Gary Pinkel?
NFL.
Because Vermeil is our obvious local version. Walked away. Well, also walked away from the Chiefs. He's proud of that. He said, I'm the only coach who's had 3 different teams and was never fired.
How about
left
that?
the Eagles on his own, left the Rams on his own, left the Chiefs on his own.
He was just too nice to fire.
Sean McVay talked about it. I think Pete Carroll was pushed out for sure. I don't know if he was officially fired, but he clearly would have wanted to stay. Like Mike McCarthy, they're parting ways.
Right.
Pushed out. But did any coach call a press conference and say, it's been real?
Tony Dungy. Tony Dungy's.
That's a good call.
Sean Payton?
In New Orleans, kind of stepped aside.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson?
Dolphins, probably.
Probably
And Cowboys, both, maybe.
Yeah. So if you're talking NFL, point being,
Not
you
too
get
common.
hired, you get fired. That's the gig. College football, I feel like, has the better chance of being able to just be kind of a guy who's not going to get terminated. Like, I know it was a great win over Iowa, but I don't get the sense that Kirk Ferentz really has to worry about his job security.
He's the longest running coach in college, right?
Right. I mean, the Iowa floor is what it is. The Iowa ceiling also would fall under the category of it is what it is. It's probably not going to be competing for national championships, but they'll probably go to bowls and I guess they're good with that.
I've got them at 8. Hawkeyes next year, Tim, will be 8-4. Can you book it?
All right, there it is. And you can take the under multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved on the program. EDF is the sponsor of the hot take mitts that Doug wears. Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? So attention, business owners. It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com, theedfgroup.com, or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Robert Thomas joining us next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is The Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt filling in for the ill Jackson Burkett today here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel where you can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program for his weekly appearance, ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Robert Thomas. Good morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Good, man. How are things? How are things in Denver? Because this is awfully early for you to be joining us. We're appreciative of it, but my goodness, it's 7:15 out there, and you got a game tonight. Very kind of you to join us this early.
Yeah, I didn't think of the time change, and Jackson just bailed on us today. So
there
you go.
There it is.
Everybody rips
Robert doesn't like the NBA Sports Center updates either.
No.
Yeah, I've been up for a while, so it's all good.
God bless.
I think Vitale actually said, make Thomas go first. That's what happened, I think.
Oh, it was Vitale busting
because he wants to do it next hour. How about this week, Robert? There's been a lot of activity with Prunovich traded, Saad released. When players are coming and going, how does that affect the room?
Yeah, it's obviously frustrating. As players, we'll that's pretty much it.
Yeah. As much fun as it is, I'm sure, to be a professional athlete, it can still be a cruel business at times, can it? Where you perform so well for years, and then one day you wake up, we don't want you anymore.
Yeah, it's part of the business.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. He is with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. So if you can give me something here, I understand. If you can't, I totally understand as well. I know things have to stay in the room. When we were talking to you 2 weeks ago, you guys had come off the 2 wins against the Flames, right there in the playoff standings. Head to Utah, disappointing first period in particular, not able to capitalize and get that third straight win. Get the win against Vegas, and then a 3-game homestand, albeit against teams that are either in the playoffs or in the mix for the playoffs in the Canucks. And the homestand just doesn't go the way you guys wanted it to go. So a guy in your position, been a part of a championship team in addition to a team that made that run a couple of years ago. How do you assess what has taken place over the last couple of weeks with you guys not being able to carry over the momentum from picking up all 4 points against the Flames, Robert?
Yeah, it's been frustrating. When we looked at our schedule, we knew we had a ton of tough teams, ton of top teams in the league, coming into our home and then down the stretch before the break. So we knew it was going to be really challenging, and it's really frustrating. It's disappointing. Our last 3 games, it's been hard on us, and but at the same time, you can't look backwards. You got to look at forward, and we got 6 games till break, and we're going to really push to have a good stretch here.
I know you guys are in a tough spot with being critical of officials, and that's not what I'm looking for you to do here. After all, it's been a few nights anyway. But, it is a 1-0 game. Vancouver gets that early goal, and then it looks like you guys have tied things up, and then that goal is ruled interference with Dylan Holloway in the crease, and the goal gets negated. Vancouver goes on the power play after the challenge, and they're able to capitalize, and just like that, you have a 2-goal swing. Do you guys yourselves have a clear understanding of what interference is or not? Because from a fan/media standpoint, it seems like it's an awfully gray area. So, 2-part question would be, what do you think of that play? And then also your just general understanding as players on that.
Yeah, you're really looking for something here, eh? I think. Obviously, it's a really tough one to call. There's so many factors that go into goalie interference. Obviously, your own team pushes someone in. Are they traveling through the crease? Are they trying to stop? There's so many factors that really make it a judgment call. And I think some people don't understand them. Some people do. But I think at the end of the day, it's a judgment call, and I know they're trying to do their best to be consistent. But at the end of the day, there's different judgment between each official, and whether it goes to the city or the league and the situation room or whatever. It's tough to tell. There's so many different factors that go into it. So I can understand why some people get confused and frustrated with it. But at the end of the day, you just got to move on. You got to be more resilient, and I think that's pretty much it for me.
As somebody who's been here a long time, what can you do to help turn things around? Obviously, if you play well on the ice or score a goal, that's a big part of it. But what are the other things you can do as one of the core guys?
Yeah, I think just trying to find a way to stay positive, and obviously it's a really tough time. A lot of guys are down. They feel responsible for a whole bunch of different things, and we got to stay positive and really make a push here. that belief can't go anywhere. And I think that's the biggest thing for me to continue to press on with.
We saw Braden Shen the other night get in a fight after you guys had given up a goal. How much does that help rally the troops and get you going?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. It's a tough thing for him to do, and he's putting his body on the line, and it brings a lot of energy to our guys and shows a lot of passion.
Robert Thomas, our guest here, he joins us once a week on TMA and kind enough to join us early in the morning out in Denver where the Blues will take on the Avalanche tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN, 7 p.m. Puck drop at 8 p.m. as the Blues look to start a winning streak taking on the Avs. Robert, always appreciate the time. Best of luck tonight, and we'll look forward to talking again next week, man.
Yep, thanks, guys. We'll see you.
All right, take it easy. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You are welcome to participate by calling in as well, 314-974-0101. And you can also text in at 314-399-9646. Billiken Blizzard tonight. We are less than 12 hours away. SLU versus Dayton. You're looking for a great atmosphere? This is going to be it. The Billikens taking on the Flyers. 6 p.m. tip-off. Free the Lou T-shirt for all fans in attendance. This thing is tracking toward a sellout, so if you want to be in attendance for this game, get the tickets as quickly as you can. They're starting at $25, too, so great college basketball atmosphere, and tickets only $25. Martin and I taking our families, really excited about it. It's at 6 p.m. tip at Chaffetz Arena. Tickets starting at $25. Order now, and there are a limited amount of tickets available at slubillikens.com, slubillikens.com, or call 314-977-4SLU. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Chairman Kurt in for Jackson Burkett. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Big A-10 action tonight down at Chaffetz as the Dayton Flyers come to town to take on the Billikens at the Billiken Blizzard. Tip-off of that is going to be at 6 p.m. tonight. That's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug, this is the kind of sentiment that makes our audience second to none. Tim, sorry you feel sick. You can have my immune system until yours feels better.
People are loaning out their immune system?
It is not possible to transfer your immune system.
Nice medical knowledge.
Will be soon, I bet.
Yeah, will be.
I guess I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, and I am receiving Jimmy Recap's immune system. That's Doug Vaughn. He does not believe that's possible. And there's Martin Kilcoyne, and you are now in season 4 of TMA. You're rewatching on Netflix.
Yeah, you guys had just had a fight with management. You were moving to a different station.
That doesn't really narrow it down.
There were some new hosts, and then they didn't work out, and then you went to another station. I'm taking notes.
Yeah, they were all monster signals, though.
Yeah, we shut down virtually every low-powered radio station in town.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
But I do feel like I'm starting to catch up. I'm getting the vibe a little bit of the show. But that was season 4.
And what is the vibe of the show?
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yeah.
So the audience are a bunch of hoes.
Yeah. And now she's a multimillionaire?
Perhaps more net worth than maybe all but about 100 people in the St. Louis area, actually.
A lot of callbacks, I would say, is big. That's a theme.
Yeah.
What was the best season? Buck Swope. Can he rank the seasons?
Wow.
TMA seasons. I need a Mount Rushmore. The rankings.
Wow. I'd actually be curious on that, and I would only listen to Buck Swope, too, because he's been around for the whole
folks were
thing.
tweeting at me the other day, and one of them said, show's fantastic, love it more than ever. Somebody said, it's not what it used to be. So I got in the middle of this whole...
That could be 2011, that could be 2015, that could be 2022, 2025. It doesn't matter.
I got caught up in the shrapnel. They're back and forth. Oh, it's not what it was.
So they're tweeting at you?
I forget what the topic was. It was a topic.
Okay. It's called the bone marrow transplant, Doug.
Oh.
That's some big blonde Dan. So Jimmy Recaps and I are going to do that?
I don't know. Does your bone marrow control your immune system?
You might miss the game tonight if you go
if I
through
do that,
process.
I don't know if that'll necessarily
You still get your
be
pizza?
Boy, I got to tell you, that's a great question.
Thank you.
It's not that great a question. Are you going to have pizza? That's the great question.
We all love when the guest says, it's a great question. And a lot of times we go, yeah, I know it wasn't that great. But.
You know, I think one of the things that's made me the greatest broadcaster in St. Louis history is my relatability and humility. And I have a golf simulator session from 2 to 4 today. And then we've got the tip-off at 6 p.m. And then I got to take care of the family in between there. So...
Sound like you resented that.
No, there probably was a vocal change. There probably was a vocal change there. So then the question becomes, do you get the pizza before the game? Or do you get the pizza after the game? And if I get it before the game, because I got that simulator session, just like everybody else who's a blue-collar, hard-working American, from 2 to 4, it limits the radius from which I can choose for Friday night as pizza night. Because oftentimes I go to my roots, the South Side, 63109, and I'll get something from there. Whether it's pizza go-go, cash only, whether it's Biggie's, that's that. So now if I'm going to be in a certain area, I gotta stick to that. And then if I eat pizza at like 4:30, am I going to just feel lethargic and not be able to contribute to the raucous atmosphere and rush the court, or toss my 3-year-old on the floor as has been instructed by some in the audience?
They probably have pizza at
You
one
know
of the
who the
concession
best
stands.
radio is?
No.
Tim.
Roll the dice and get some pizza at Chaffetz. You can eat it right there at the game.
If you just want to text me late in the second half, I can go pick up pizza, take it to your house.
What's wrong with that, Doug? What's wrong with that?
And buy a ticket and deliver it to him where he's sitting.
No, like it'll be hot and fresh when he gets home with his family, and it'll be ready for him.
Right.
You'll be there waiting.
I won't be. I'll just drop it off, but
It's going to sit outside until they get there?
I will
I have
time
an
it
outdoor
perfectly.
oven by the pool. By where the
KG
public
knew the
school kids cut the
code.
grass.
This is just for a couple bites of pizza.
Anna Marie would love it if you guys get home. I'm just sitting in the living room snacking on some pizza. Hey, guys, how's the game?
Can you turn down the linens? Maybe put a mint on the pillow? I think it's after. I think you're going to hurry the pizza choice. I think you should go to the game. The kids are going to want to snack at the game.
That is a 5-star lock.
That's part of the fun for the kids.
100% is a 5-star lock. Why is that? Why? Because I was the same way. Needed to get like a soda when I would go to Busch Stadium in the 1980s.
Drink like 3 sips.
Just part of it. You don't want to just sit there for 3 hours. You got to get up and move around a little bit. And when you do, you keep passing concession stands. Everyone else is eating. You want something also.
Yo, hey, I do like that Friendly's chicken, though.
I do, too. But they don't have that at the Billiken games.
You don't know that?
Well, I've been to games, and I haven't seen Friendly's chicken there. Gosh,
I just sit back and get laid, brother.
I missed that chicken now that he brought that up.
Tim, my wife is offering hand play post your simulator session, and I can meet you when I pick her up and load your car up with Olive and Oak pizzas. That's from the Recovering Alcoholic and Bell. So now just a variety of different options here, Martin, for what was a great question as to how to handle the pizza.
Are you having pizza tonight?
I regret the question at this point.
Tim, how much do you think Cash Me Outside Girl has invested in T-bills? Do you think she invested heavily when they were at their peak in June 24? Text in, listeners, with your T-bill rates. That's from the Life Coach. It's a nice question.
How much investing do you even need to do when you're making... How many million was it? Like 40 million?
Oh, I thought it was more than that. Bad Baby net worth. Let me see what I got here.
These are always accurate.
Yes, because people are required to submit their net worths.
Right.
Let's see. I got her at more than 50 million. Bad Baby, the Cash Me Outside girl, earns $1,489,374 per month on OnlyFans.
And she's
remains the highest paid creator on the platform.
Really? She's NACO.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
So my quick CBC math tells me that's about $18 million a year.
That's correct. That's nice.
Yeah.
Big day for the cadets.
So you don't need a whole lot of investing. If you're making $18 million, you're probably taking home 10, maybe 11.
And she put that into T-bills in June of 24? Is that
I don't know
correct?
that she
That's
did.
what the Life Coach said.
I don't know.
Tim, the move is to pick up pizza from Vito's after the game.
It's right there.
Yeah.
It's not a bad play. I have learned, Martin, I wear this Whoop band. See it right here?
Yeah.
This is not a live read. This is not Yola. God, I love this thing. It's one of the, I mean, I not only feel physically sick, but I knew when I woke up today that it would be telling me that my metrics were all out of whack. I love this thing. I guess the thing that people now wear are Aura rings. You guys familiar with this? Anybody familiar with this?
I've heard of it.
Chairman Kurt, you are? Because for me, I've been wearing this thing for like 4 or 5 years. It's kind of a thing. With
It looks like an Apple Watch.
It does. It's a little different. I guess it's big in like I guess golfers kind of were the ones who were initially talking about it, like Justin Thomas, whatever. Neither here nor there. The Aura ring, and some people are like, there's no way I could wear this. It'd be distracting, maybe like an Apple Watch. And I guess the Aura ring is a little less distracting, but it still can track the same metrics and tell you how good a sleep you get for certain. But like today, I woke up and I could tell based on the metrics that I'm like, yeah, I'm ill. What are you going to do? It's just part of the deal. And how amazing it is that this stuff tracks it as accurately as you can. But if I eat late, I will get crappy sleep, which is pretty basic knowledge. But for those of you who go, man, why do I not feel good when I wake up? Did you eat late? That can impact it. So if I don't eat until 9 or 10 o'clock tonight and I try to go to bed at like 10:30 or 11, because that's my life now, as opposed to going out starting at 10:30 or 11, then I'll probably wake up and feel crappy. So at this point, my only hangovers come from food, not booze. But Doug, give me 15 years ago, and oh my goodness,
wow.
It was winter time even in June.
Now, the game starts at 6:30 tonight?
6.
At 6, so it'll be over 8:15-ish?
That's right.
Yeah.
And so you'll get out of the parking lot by at 8:30, 8:45
I probably will
Escort.
sign for a half hour.
Okay, so if you're getting to the pizza place at 9 with a 3-year-old, you're going to have problems.
You're damn right I am.
Just eat the cheap pizza there at Chaffetz.
Wow. Chaffetz takes a hit for the pizza selection.
And by cheap, I meant inexpensive.
Live read for
Wonderful
their
pizza.
quality.
Tim, don't listen to these South County Hoosiers. Go to Sportsman's Park. That's the move. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup.
Well, that's not very close to
Now, Martin, you
shake
have
it.
older children. How are you handling this situation?
Well, the crew going tonight, my wife, who went to St. Louis U, Carson, is going, and then my nephew, Tim. So that's the collected crew. We'll probably just snack a little at the game. I got lunch with my mom, so...
Where are you going? Sportsman's Park, I guess.
She likes going to Pops for lunch.
Pops, P-O-P-S, P-O-P-S, Pops.
Just in case.
Yeah, you
Motley
never know.
Crue cover band. Just tune it up. I'll be a little snacking at the game, probably. But it is a weird time. These are big dilemmas, Doug. These are really challenging times.
It was much easier when you could go and sit in the press box and the free food was just sitting there waiting for you. I miss those days.
Hey, Outback Steakhouse got a good salad.
Yes, they do. But I don't think they have free food in almost any press boxes anymore. Maybe an NFL press box. All the others charge.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the NFL still rolls it out.
Yeah, Cardinals and Blues have charged for years now.
Hey, Tim, I will be in section 205 tonight. How about you swing by and I'll Robin feed you some Chaffetz nachos whilst I sit on your lap. Doug, that's from the 314. Another lady texted in, I guess.
Sure it is.
What do you mean by that?
And are you considering that offer? Okay. Depends on how the game goes, probably.
Right. So I might be up in section 205 having nachos spit into my mouth like a little bird.
You're going to excuse yourself from your family. Excuse me, I have something I want to do. And
You sound like a fan.
And you'll come back 20 minutes later with a huge smile on your face and some food dripping out of your mouth.
Nilly Willie said the pizza is not cheap, and then he texted back and said, but it is pretty good.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
So they have good pizza at Chaffetz?
Apparently.
Arbor Day, who for my money, Doug, is the best in the business, and in the rankings show it. He won the Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024, and says maybe your poor OCD riddled soul could get pizza on a Saturday. I don't understand the text.
He's saying maybe Friday night isn't pizza night this week. Maybe you can put that back a day to tomorrow.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Friday night's pizza
It's
night.
a lot.
That's all I've got.
To take in.
Thank you. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. If anybody other than Buck Swope wins it, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom will have a victory speech, and I guess it'll be about a half hour. It'll be part of TMA and then maybe the first 20, 25 minutes of BK and Ferrario. But BK and Ferrario understand the historical significance of this, and so they've kind of blocked out the time to let her come on and issue a speech and a thank you. But Buck Swope wins. We have a one-game playoff on Monday. And, man, that is going to be something else in the St. Louis metropolitan area. You can see if you can compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA, has been since 2023. Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman coming on in on Tuesdays, talking it over with us. They are online at brownandcrouppen.com. They've been taking care of St. Louisans since 1979. And if you're in a spot where you're going to need the services of Brown & Crouppen, wouldn't you want to make sure you're choosing a law firm that is local, that knows the area, knows the environment, knows the law? Well, that's obviously pretty important. To go to brownandcrouppen.com or give them a call at 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Let them know you're a TMA listener. It's Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor of The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, friend of the program, Joey Vitale. Coming up in the next segment, Drops of the Week. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. CMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne left for onboarding. Early session today. Friday's always early onboarding.
He's really trying to hit it hard now to get this thing wrapped up within the next year and a half.
Chairman Kurt on the ones and twos as Jackson Burkett is ill, but watching the show, which kind of disappoints me and Doug, honestly.
He's watching it.
That's what Chairman Kurt said he's got on YouTube.
From his sick bed?
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about this show, Doug, is with what we do on YouTube, you could watch it from anywhere. Bed,
Why would you want to?
Yeah, like draw yourself a bubble bath and
I'm
watch
not going
us.
to draw any baths.
You think we've been watched in many bathtubs before?
No.
I bet you it's happened.
Why?
I guarantee it's happened.
Why?
Yeah, just a couple of schleppers sitting around jabberwalking.
Well, we probably have a big portion of the listening audience that gets up, runs a bath in the morning.
That's exactly right.
Maybe light some candles, put us on YouTube for a little bit. And
Our audience is old money and always has been. And old money bathes, bro.
What do you listen to when you bathe, Doug?
I never bathe. I take showers.
Okay.
You got to run a bath this weekend.
I'm not going to do that.
I'd happily dress like one of Doug's pretties and Robin feed you, Mr. Tim. Thanks for the opportunity. Colts were at the Pro Bowl skills competition last night. Heard an offensive lineman won the quarterbacking contest, but that doesn't sound right. Nevertheless, I'm working to confirm. That's from Brian Henshin, Colts beat writer from the Indianapolis Star-Tribune.
He's a digger. He's trying to flush out some news. But I don't have any pretties that I can lend you.
No.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday, and that means it is time to really commemorate a week of magic here on TMA with the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like it's hot, dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Clip that off.
Tim, I just get so nervous when I know you're on the other line.
Shanahan? Or
First
Janny?
name?
Bill?
Smiles and glory holes.
Hello, bitch.
You want a freak?
There's a lot of body parts that I'm trying to protect when I'm swinging.
His wife is dominating me?
You may know my husband, Carlos Spicy Wiener.
He had one guy that offered me his wife.
As he grew up on the tough streets of St. Louis, and more than once he'd been shot or stabbed.
That is just pure incompetence. No, I was never invited to a freak off.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
How about that, Doug? How good do you feel about the week that we just had?
Bad week for Andy Crouppen, who never got the invite. To a freak off? Is that what they called it?
That's correct.
We had a Diddy deep dive with Andy Crouppen.
How about this friend of the program, Dan Caesar, with this column this morning on STLtoday.com. CBS's telecast of the Chiefs' victory last Sunday drew an average of 57.7 million viewers per report by Front Office Sports, making it the most watched AFC Championship game in the records dating back to the 1980s. Doug, your station, where your sports director carried the game.
Not there anymore.
And it was seen in 35.2% of the market per Nielsen. That's the highest rating the Chiefs have received this season in St. Louis, where all their games have not been exclusively streamed, have been shown. That rating also beat the figure that Kansas City's AFC Championship game appearance drew last year. That was a 32.1. And it follows a surprising number for the Chiefs' playoff opener a week earlier when their contest against the Texans that was shown on KDNL Channel 30, and ESPN pulled a 19.2 combined rating. That was lower than the team's local number for its meaningless regular season finale. How about that? That random game they played where they didn't start anybody against the Broncos and they got shipped. Right. That had a bigger number than the speaks to the Texans' problem, Martin. The Texans, the early Saturday game, even their playoff games get bad ratings. And way below their corresponding divisional round game drew last year, 31.9. Again, they didn't play the Texans, though, last year in the first round, if memory serves. They played the... Didn't they play the Dolphins? No, they played the Dolphins in the
opener.
There
was the frozen
game. Yeah.
Freezing cold,
and
beat
then they
the
played
Dolphins,
the Bills.
And then they went to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Had to hit the road.
So there was a little different program
Chiefs Mania is growing here in their home city of St. Louis.
Well done. Where you think there might be a parade.
I think there very well could be a parade.
You're going to wear a Chiefs blazer tonight at the 6 o'clock sports?
I won't be doing the 6 o'clock
sports.
What
about Sunday night?
The 10 or the noon.
What?
It's simply not there anymore.
Tim, I'm giving you two choices.
All right.
Next year, Iowa football goes 8-4, or the Houston Texans play in the early game wild card weekend.
Wow.
Wow. Boy, that is...
I need a lock.
I mean, the Texans are in a division in which, all due respect, of course, to Brian Henson, it's not exactly real titillating or all that competitive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got to edge out the Titans, Jags, and Colts.
And
there's
if
a good chance they'll be there.
If they're a playoff team, you know they're getting the worst time
That's
slots.
exactly right. The
On ESPN, Saturday afternoon.
Boy, I don't know. I
Which
don't
is
want to touch
more
that.
of a lock. Doug, that's another great question.
I think I'm going to go Texans playing in the early times. I really feel good about it.
Yeah.
I don't know Iowa's football schedule, Doug.
Don't
I know
need to.
you do.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd take the Texan bet on that.
All right, thank you. Doug, do you think that was another great question?
Wonderful, fabulous
2
question.
in a row.
Iowa, just like Missouri, gets UMass in September. They should be 4-0 coming out. Oh, no, they got to play at Iowa State. I take that back. They got Indiana. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm doing the Iowa football schedule.
I made
Penn
this
State,
happen. I
Oregon,
regret it.
at USC, at home against Michigan State, at Nebraska. I'm going to take the Houston Texans early time slot on Saturday.
Okay.
And I feel very good about it. I think it might be a tougher year for the Hawkeyes.
Remind me to bring this up a year from now.
We'll forget it.
I'm going to write it down, though.
All right.
I'm gonna write it down. That'll help.
In the notes. It's 8:54 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt in for Jackson Burkett, who is ill and is still a champion helping us on the program today remotely. I haven't heard this audio, but it's been popping up in my social media feed, and I can't wait to hear it. It's friend of the program. We talked about him in the 7 o'clock hour, actually. Patty Maroon on Spittin' Chicklets, talking about how he was booted from the Flyers organization. Ladies and gentlemen, Patty Maroon.
Give me just a moment.
Oh,
Vamp,
how many
Doug.
moments must we give?
Oh, Doug, it's vamp season.
Okay. All right.
We got it.
Okay.
And this is the only time I've ever been late in my career, and I was barely late. I was a f***ing half a second late. My roommate at the time, Ryan Dingle, which I'm still mad about it. We went out the night before. He doesn't wake me up before we leave. Oh, bullshit. So, love him. Great roommate, great guy. But I'm like, God, why didn't you just wake me up? I show up. I'm late. I'm still a young kid. So, you know, the Flyers organization, it's old school. They didn't like that. And it just, whatever. The falling out there, me and Greg Gilbert, the head coach, really didn't get along that well. And listen, I was a punk. Like, I was seeing other kids getting called up. I didn't know. And then another incident, we had to do a power skating. I was like, this is bullshit.
Can I wear my rollerblades?
Why am I coming in here at 7 a.m.? Like, why isn't anyone else coming in? Like, I still remember to this day. Bus into Bridgeport. We get in at 4 in the morning. 7 a.m., Pat Maroon come to the rink. They're just skating us. Laps.
No puck.
Laps. No pucks. And finally, I just snapped. I shot a puck.
At the coach?
In the vicinity. I think that was the last straw. We had practice the next morning, and the video coach is like, hey, GM's on the phone. I was like, I'm getting called up. This is great. Nope.
Who was the GM then?
Paul Holmgren.
And he just said, go home.
He said, you'll never wear a Flyers uniform ever again. Well, it's...
That was the end of the Patty Maroon era
kind of
in
depressing.
Philadelphia.
He didn't sound too worried about it.
No.
It's all worked out. It's all worked out. That was the famous Quenneville Hull moment, right? Where Hully fired a puck at Quenneville, and Quenneville fired one back, and the team kind of looked at Q in a different light. Okay.
Mm-hmm. They liked that he did it.
Yeah, I believe they thought it was a great response by Q. Boy, that Pat Maroon, he's still going.
Maybe I'm forgetting something obvious, but can you remember a time where a coach and a player, like in a game, had a physical confrontation? I mean, I know in the playoffs there was a Texans player.
That's correct. That's actually where I was going to go. It always goes back to the Texans, Martin.
Billy Martin got into it with
Reggie Jackson
in the dugout.
Whitey grabbed Templeton, pulled him down the steps.
Yep.
I feel like there's a lot of NFL moments where quarterbacks are screaming at the coach or the coordinator, but physical would be different.
Steve Klein flipped off Tony La Russa, and then La Russa went to chase him down in the shower, but we were not privy to seeing what happened when that happened.
He said he was going to stomp on his chest.
You get fired up when you were in your Wizard of Crestwood days? You a fiery coach?
No.
You ever get tossed from St. Gabriel's?
No.
Get teed up?
No.
You never got teed up once?
No, of course not.
I mean, you knew your fate when you were going into St. Gabe's, so you probably weren't that worried about it anyway.
Be very careful. St. Gabriel's council is strong.
No, I just meant because they were so dominant, you just knew you were going to lose.
They weren't in our league based on, where the school was located.
Now, what did that right there? Did you catch that, Martin? Did you catch that?
Dismissive.
a little higher rent district as well. But, bless your heart. You're doing your best.
Wow. Cal County Bill texting in. Fungo's going to be calling, and all hell's going to break loose from the 6-3-09.
Great call. Sprewell, was that during a practice?
Oh, P.J. Carlissimo and Latrell Sprewell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Choked him out, kind of?
Yeah, had scratches all over his face.
Andy Reid and Travis Kelce last Super Bowl. How about that? Remember that?
Yeah. Workout, leg day. It's going to be my post today.
I'd like to put my finger in Gary Kornfeld's chest for cutting Tim. It's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
I don't think he's ever gotten over it. I'm sure other coaches have never let him forget it.
Nice.
That was a really sad moment for the coaching fraternity, just in general.
Agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm. You should have been the star of the club.
I mean, yeah, at 5'2".
Yeah, this is football.
I guarantee you.
Should have been the captain, playing both ways probably. Because you've always liked to go both ways.
It's unbelievable. Are we going to do sophomore crap?
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
Wow, right on
down this Missouri-Mississippi State game.
Oh, I slay me.
Guys, The Undertaker chokeslammed his manager, Paul Bearer, and then gave him a tombstone pile driver at SummerSlam 94, so that happened.
Yeah.
When is it?
Yeah, there have been some managers in wrestling that have taken a body shot every now and then.
I'm back.
Remember Jeff George annihilated June Jones on the sideline of the Atlanta Falcons game?
That did happen.
I think Latrell's might have been among the most physical. Bobby Knight, was it Neil Reed that went after?
He choked him in a practice, kicked his son during a game.
Kicked his son?
His son was sitting on the bench, and he walked over to yell at him and kicked him while he was there.
Sweet mother of mercy. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646, or you can call into the program, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you wouldn't be able to tell us about Callier and Thompson, would you?
I could tell you a lot about Callier and Thompson, because the one thing that they want you to know is this is a place that you can trust, because there's a lot of people in the business, you call them up and they say they're going to be there, and then they're not there, and maybe they'll charge you one thing and then raise the price later. Not what you're going to get at Callier & Thompson. They are your go-to source for every design consideration. Hard to know who to trust to be in your home, and will they back up their work. Callier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you in case you need to make any changes. You want to change your mind, you want to do something more or something a little less. They're always right there with their design team to help you out. They care about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they produce, and they've been doing work in the St. Louis area since the 1950s. Their people have more than 165 combined years of experience. This is a place where you can go one-stop shopping. They've got their own plumbers and electricians and carpenters. You don't have to go around to 4 or 5 different places to find people to do the work. You hook up with Callier & Thompson, and they will provide all of the subcontractors right there to take care of your home, and it will look just like a show place. It's kind of like one of those HGTV shows where you walk in and the house looks tired and old, needs a lot of work, and then a little while later it looks like a show place. Looks like you're living in the Ritz Hotel. They do a fantastic job at Callier & Thompson. Best in town. They got Matthew, the customer service manager and appliance installers. Stacy is the appliance manager. They carry nothing but high-quality appliances, only the best. Not the cheapest in town, not the most expensive in town. Right there in the sweet spot where you know you're going to get a fantastic job at a fair price. Callier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin is next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Callier & Thompson, come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Well, damning text coming in from the Orson Woods Wacko.
Oh, no.
I am proud of my technical fouls at St. Gabriel's during their rigged 7th grade basketball tournament. Some of the girls we played against had 4-year-old kids watching in the stands. Somebody has to try, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
That's from the Orson Woods Wacko, and he probably will be served. That is stunning.
Well, somebody sent us a picture a few years back of the official, Fungo, leaning against the wall, looking at his phone while the game was going on, knowing full well that St. Gabe's was going to win the game before they're even playing.
You're going to be served as well.
All these jerk-off textures.
I like to sit in that LeGrand skybox over there at St. Gabe's. It's all-inclusive.
Ooh, get the legend if you would. I want to take a body shot off of Doug at Nick's Pub. Thanks, guys. That's just from the 314. I don't really know, but I don't know if you're interested.
Nick's Pub is what's the location on that again?
Is that Shoto under the Hampton Bridge?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Did Doug, did we do the 2006 St. Patrick's Day show from there? I believe that we did.
Wow.
I went all Tim. I went full Tim there on the memory. And
was Hank K. Adams working then?
I don't remember, but when I left the show, I called my dad because it was my birthday, St. Patrick's Day. And he lived in Denver, and you can get on the old web. It was www. Okay, so my dad was listening on the web, and I said, "Oh, yeah, how you doing, Dad?" He said, "Well, I listened to the show for a little while." I said, "Well, you can find it every day on the website. You can click and listen." He said, "Yeah, I think I'm good."
No, he didn't like
He
the show.
checked out.
Okay.
He listened one time, and he wanted out.
Yeah.
It's like, that's it.
That was in the KFNS days?
KFNS at Nick's
That was
Pub.
the morning grind era with Hank K.
All
Adams.
sports fans 590 KFNS.
Like that jingle.
You were doing the falsetto there, weren't you?
Yep. I have a very...
And right after that, we'll all go on the river for a cruise, but no girlfriends or wives, just fellas on Saturday night. Who's with me?
Guys, Nick's is on Manchester. It's from the 314.
Well, it's the same. Shoto, Manchester. When
Same
do you
thing.
start calling it Shoto?
When you get deep into the city.
Past the Grove? Maybe Vanderbilt?
Probably, even farther.
Okay.
Oh,
Shoto.
yeah, I didn't even... Okay, yeah.
I knew it was Manchester. I was trying to be elite and call it Shoto.
You did your best with it.
Guys, with the limited sports action going on this weekend, did more listeners offer up their wives to you? Thanks. That's from the 636. Yeah, we've gotten a few. We've gotten a few. It was a big family weekend.
Yeah. We want to see pics.
Yeah, we want to see pics in advance. Guys, I never liked playing at St. Gabriel's or Epiphany. Those dudes thought they were cool, but they were just South City Hoosiers. Thanks. That's the Crestwood Coyote. And Doug, my turf is taking shots today in this segment, and I ain't happy about it, Jack.
No. What'd you say?
Yeah.
Well, they weren't in our league at St. Kitty's. Like I said, we played more of the little more upscale schools. But, I'm sure had we gone down there, we would have met a similar fate that so many other schools do, hoping for a win and realize the final score has been handed to them before they even play the game.
My goodness. Boy, you are just digging yourself a deep hole. And this audio is going to be played back in a court of law.
Okay.
Will there be a 30 for 30 on the games being rigged at St. Gabe's over the years? We got suspicious when we went through the files. The winning percentage for the home team, 95%.
Such a great program. We play the game the right way. Just show your respect, please. Thank you.
If you're not from there, you don't back in properly over at Francis Park. You get ticketed while the game's going on.
Yeah.
Just want to get in your kitchen.
So what? What's wrong with that?
Did you play CYC baseball for that school as well?
I did, but I took my talents to Afton Athletic Association after second grade, third grade.
Yeah.
Played for the cutest team in 1986. Kind of a rebuilding year for us.
Was it?
But I was an all-star. You've probably seen the baseball card. It looks like I have man breasts.
Yeah. What was the deal with that?
I have no idea, but it's really alarming.
You had breasts when you were a kid?
I was a 9-year-old boy with breasts. But an all-star. I want that noted. Before these texters come after me.
Second base?
Like, of course.
I kind of
Where else
pictured
do you put a short white guy? But guess what? I would run hard.
Gritty.
Absolutely. I would get standing ovations from people who would ride into sound off.
Could have played shortstop like Freddie Patek.
You'd have to be an athlete.
One could easily argue there are adults who like breasts more than babies.
Stephen A. Smith, Doug.
When you were playing Little League Baseball, did any of the other kids ever come up and say, "Hey, Tim, nice rack"?
Cut that off. St. Kitty's is just for people who couldn't live in Kirkwood but want to be snobs like Vaughn.
Oh.
That's from Arbor Day.
I don't live in Kirkwood.
Well, he's saying you
Sunset.
couldn't.
Oh,
What he's trying
no,
to
I can't
say.
afford Kirkwood.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's true.
What a show today.
But when did the breast leave?
Really stuck on this.
For you. They should put this baseball card up on the TMA fan page on Facebook. Nobody will be moderating today, though, with Jackson.
You didn't have to have reduction surgery or anything.
A boob job. There's Marsh.
Yeah.
I think it's the way the polyester of the uniform bunched up.
Okay.
Because I've never really been bulky, but it looked like that I had. I was so proud. I was so proud of the picture, and then as time went on, I go, looked like I was a light A cup.
How about I spit on your chest, boy?
Okay. But you grew out of that phase.
Where do we find this pic?
I got it. I'll pull it up. I guess I'll have to put it on the TMA fan page for the audience.
It doesn't matter what you looked like back then with how you look now.
Put that off.
Kind of comment.
Put that off. It was a great comment.
Look at him, Doug.
Thank you. Look at me, Doug. Can you believe it?
It doesn't look like you have boobs now.
Put that off. A lot to work with for the drops of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to text in, as many of you currently are doing, 314-399-9646. And then the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Joey Vitale going to join us coming up. I never know if he's on the road or not. You think, Martin, what do you think? It's like you used to guess who were calling Rams games. Is Joey Vitale on the road with the Blues?
I was really good at guessing the Kenny Albert game.
Yeah.
And
feels
Joe
like
Buck,
a Rosen game.
I think Joe Buck called in one time. Yeah, it feels like a Rosen game. The Eagles, Redskins, when neither was really good. They were just big market teams. It's a Kenny Albert vehicle. I'm going to say Vitale. Now, we do have intel that Bernie Federico is going to be out of town for a little while. So if he's out of the studio, that opens the door for Vitale to be more of a studio guy.
So you think Cam's on the trip and Vitale's in St. Louis and he's going to be on Bailey's tonight? DBA fan.
Even though I walked it up, a very good point. I'm going to guess he's on the road. I'm going to guess.
Wow.
Yeah. Going against
like you must know something, so I'm
don't.
not going to bet. I'm not going to bet it because I'm inclined to bet that. All right, well, we'll find out.
Could have asked Robert Thomas. He didn't seem too up for questions, but it would have been a good one to ask. Hey, is Vitale there?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out the answer coming up here momentarily. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
The Auto Loan Pro, not only getting you your next car, but also helping get your credit back on track, sorting through it all. If you have little to no money down, they can still get you into a car. If you've had a hiccup along the way, they're going to help you get into a car. But more importantly, the free playbook, I want you to download that at autoloanpro.com. Download the free playbook and learn more about how credit is established, how you can improve your credit. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. The Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 lenders to get you the very best financing available. Financing a car, there's one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Autoloanpro.com is the website. Check out the vehicles. You'll see Robert Thomas on the site, and you'll see the free playbook. Download the playbook to understand more about how all of this works. You're buying a car, but you're also learning along the way. It's autoloanpro.com. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the morning after. Mark Hanna's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com, and Doug fed him a piece of cake at the Blues Hall of Fame ceremony last week. Picture was sent in by Jeremy Rutherford doing some wonderful reporting. Doug claims it was broccoli. Mm-hmm. Either way, you acknowledge you were feeding the man.
Oh, yeah, I gave him a bite to eat. I don't want anyone to go hungry.
Respect that. I do respect that. Mark's online at evergreenstl.com, and then 314-889-0503. This is a program that at least two of the members of the show are going to face litigation from St. Gabriel's. And Doug, that's up to you. I know Joey Vitale is going to be with us, and he is listening here when I report this news. Doug, the St. Gabriel's 7th grade tournament is underway. You've cried foul with allegations regarding the tournament being rigged,
right?
And that the officials are questionable.
That's right.
I ask you this question: how do you explain the following? St. Gabriel is in the championship game tomorrow night of the 7th grade girls tournament, and they are a 14-point favorite over St. Peter, per Cal Kennedy, St. Gabriel Hall of Famer. And then in the third place game, St. Gabriel is taking on St. Gabriel.
Oh, are they really? Imagine that. Mm-hmm. And the team that advanced to the championship game probably didn't even win some of the games to get there.
News Channel 5 has learned that the trophies have already been printed.
That is now, Martin, now you're going to be.
No, News Channel 5 has learned.
Oh, I see.
That the trophies have already been made out for St. Gabe's. They're already ready.
I mean, St. Peter had to go in there and win, so it shows it can happen.
Okay.
Gabe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the program, friend of the show, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Do you guys even need me this morning? You guys
Martin and I were about to engage in a wager on whether or not you were in Denver, and I felt really good that you had to be in St. Louis, but Martin was going to bet you were in Denver, and I feel like you CBC guys would have some kind of inside word going on, and so I stood down. Where are you as we speak?
I am officially in Denver.
There it is, Doug. I made the right call.
Okay.
Yeah, feeling the altitude. Just got a quick workout in. Feeling the altitude. One of the things I always respect about players when they come to Colorado, Utah a little bit, and of course they got both on this road trip, but they're going to certainly need to catch their hydration and win here tonight, as it's been a while since they've been to Colorado and they haven't played the Avalanche all year, which is crazy when you think about it when we're almost in February.
It feels like the rivalry with the Lange has cooled off a little bit. You don't see them that much, don't hear about it. For a minute there, it was a pretty good rivalry going for the Blues. But.
Yeah, plus Kadri's not there. I think that was one of the key instigators on the whole thing.
Kadri for sure was something, a few years ago, last time the Blues were in the playoffs when, of course, he takes out Binnington. That really intensified things. But, you see this when players move. What's funny is now that he's a part of the Calgary Flames, the fans still boo him when he comes to. You guys remember a couple weeks ago when the Flames were here for 6 periods in a row. Every time he touched the puck, he just would get booed. So these hockey fans obviously have a good memory. I agree, Martin. I think that for a while there, when the Blues were making the playoffs every year, it seemed like we always faced the Colorado Avalanche, or at least played meaningful games in March and April to get in. The greatest game, I think the greatest game I've ever probably called outside of a playoff intense game was, I guess this was technically a playoff game, but I'm talking more like Stanley Cup big moments. But just that game 5 in Colorado a few years ago, where Colorado looked like they were going to push the Blues off and looked like our season was going to be over. We made 2-goal comeback in that third period, and then McKernan just goes end to end, walks Nick Leddy, puts it right over Husso's shoulder, and the place erupted for his hat trick. We thought that was it, and then the Blues, of course, scored one more. Sent it to overtime, and Tyler Bozak forces Game 6 back home. But it's been a lot of those moments. It's been great teams. It's been incredible. The elite of the elite. Nathan McKinnon still obviously doing what he's doing. I think he's probably the premier player in the league right now. I think that even above Connor McDavid, and you look at the Barkovs and you look at the Sam Reinhart. This guy is just doing it all right now. He's lost a little help with Rantanen obviously shipping off to Carolina, but this is still a very good Colorado team.
Were you surprised Colorado made that trade of a really good player when they got a shot this year to win it themselves?
No, I wasn't, just simply because, with Rantanen being a UFA, he is going to be signing a very, very nice contract here. And I think that Colorado, from what it sounded like, Doug, they tried to make it work. I think there was a lot of discussions. I think they were respectful discussions from what I gathered. But, Leon Draisaitl signed his contract last year. And I think that Mikko Rantanen, by the numbers, has every right to make just as much. Maybe not quite as much as Leon, but very close. And that puts him kind of over the threshold of their future Nathan McKernan, who's already signed his big year deal, our big lifetime contract. So they're not going to pay him more than McKernan. I think that the Colorado Avalanche looked at, well, we're not going to, obviously hold ourselves back by giving this kid a lot of money. And they had to move him on. You look at, another name floating around, and Elias Pettersson. I think he's making close to $12 million. He had a 100-point season. He signs a big ticket, and now his scoring has really dropped off. This is the risk when you sign wingers like Pettersson and Rantanen to those big-time contracts. You better be right, because if you're wrong, it doesn't look so good. And obviously, it puts your team behind the eight ball with that much money. And I think Colorado was okay to move on. And, Carolina certainly is with now Taylor Hall and Rantanen, and they're making a run for it. But Colorado, they haven't really dropped off that much. You look at Natchez from Carolina now. They've added him. He's a goal scorer. Drury scored the other night in the Colorado loss against the Islanders. So I think big picture, it's probably a win-win for both sides.
Joey Vitale, our guest here. He joins us every Friday on TMA and with us throughout the week on 101 ESPN. And he is in Colorado, where the Blues will take on the Avalanche tonight. Pregame on 101 ESPN, 7 p.m. Puck drop at 8 p.m. This has been rough, man, ever since we talked last week with what took place against Vegas last week, and then the Stars game, and then the Canucks game on Monday. Then you got Doug Armstrong talking it over. Perunovich traded, the Saad move. This has been rough. You're around the team. What are you seeing from these guys? Is this thing, it felt like it was on the brink going into the Vancouver game, and now it feels like it's trending even more toward this thing might be more in the Blues selling mode. What are you gathering as you're around the team?
Yeah, Tim, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. A couple weeks ago, the Blues hosted the Flames, back-to-back home games, which is really rare. That hasn't happened for a couple of years, where you host the same team on your home ice for 6 periods in a row, and that was a big moment. I think that was a turning point in the season, where they're looking at, if you can scrap together 3 out of 4 points, you may have something, because Calgary was a team you're chasing at the time, and they ended up getting 4 out of 4. They win 2 straight in regulation, which was huge. So you look at that. As far as, okay, now we're building upon something. To me, I think the turning point after all that momentum, after that Calgary series, was that Utah game. And not only, I'll be more specific, that first period.
Yeah.
You're in Utah, and you end up scoring the first goal. Tucker fights O'Brien, all the momentum, you're feeling good. And then Utah, just in their building after the O'Brien fight, they just run off with 3 in a row, 3 goals in that first period. You bench your top line. You bench Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich and Jake Neighbors. They don't play the final 12 minutes of that period. And then the wheels kind of fell off. Yes, you do earn a gutsy couple points in Vegas, but even then, I think that there was some moments in that game where it didn't look right. And then you come home for the 3-game homestand where you lose, of course, to Vancouver, Dallas, and Vegas, all in regulation. So I think I go back to that Utah game. It was a very, very tough one, and I think a turning point. And now here we are. And you go from being kind of, okay, we're feeling something after that Calgary 6-period affair, to now we're like, woof, we're behind the 8 ball. We're under 500 once again. We're heading into February. We're a week or so away from the Four Nations, and it's very hard to start playing catch up. And I think that, on Curbs and I's remarks after that Vancouver game, at times I thought maybe I was a little harsh when I thought about things I said. I said there was going to be big moves coming. Something's going to get shaken up. But sure enough, the next day, Brandon Saad gets put on unconditional waivers. He ends up not wanting to report. Contract terminated, and then Perunovich the day before was traded. So this is a general manager that makes moves in January and February. He always gets ahead of it. I think he's seeing the trend of this team. I think he looked at the players like Saad that he thought that were the guys to get it done, and he's moving those guys out, and he's looking for other opportunities to come in and do it. Alexander Texier is a player that's kind of been for better or worse, healthy scratch under Jim Montgomery. He wants to see more of him. He will be inserted tonight in that top line. So is that a player that can kind of help us get over the hump? But overall, big picture, Times are tough. Energy is down. There is, to me, being around the team on the plane, being around this group, it almost feels like trade deadline time. That's the feeling I get. Now, I could be wrong. It could be more like a business, but it is a very quiet, business-like approach. There's not a lot of smiles. There's not a lot of goofing her off. This is either strictly business, where the Blues are going to come out and blow out the Colorado Avalanche tonight and go on a 4-game run before the Four Nations, or it's going to continue to down spiral the other way, because it just seems like a very interesting tone around this team right now. And when you start losing big players, this is typically how it sorts itself out.
Chemistry is always difficult to, explain. When a team wins, oh, the chemistry was great. When a team loses, the chemistry's off. It just seems to me like a quiet group. Shen's trying to say all the right things, but hey, who's with me here? Anyone? It just seems like a roster that could use a little zip, and I'm not talking just fighting, and that's not in the game, but an edginess, and we've mentioned the guys who have come and gone, whether it's Petro or Perron, just some of the names over the years. I just feel like it's a quiet group that could use a little bit of a bleep disturber, like even in the room. That doesn't have to be a star player.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair assessment, Martin. I think that, first of all, I think Braden is really grown into becoming a great captain. And I know it's only his second full season of doing this, but you look at the way he plays on the ice, you look at the pulse of the game, he knows what the game needs. I've always said that the best player I've played with that understands the pulse of the game was Chris Kunitz, where, you're on the bench. Matthew Tkachuk maybe has perfected it more than anyone in the league, but you're on the bench and you're watching this game, and so many players are just consumed with their own game, and they're just consumed with their plays and things they got to do. The best leaders and those pulsers, if I call them, they're doing their thing, they're having their game, but they're so empathetic and aware of different trends in the game. They're seeing how things are bending. They're seeing how things are leaning. You're seeing when the ice is tilted. You're seeing when a player on the other team is starting to jaw off a little bit. You're seeing if there was kind of a cheap shot hit, and you got to do something here to kind of spark the crowd. Maybe you're down by 2 goals. What do I got to do to kind of get some energy in the building? And I think, Tkachuk certainly is one of those. Chris Kunitz was great. I think Braden Shen's right up there. I mean, you saw it with the JT Miller fight last game. He's always willing to step up. To your point, Martin, and I said this on the air, after that JT Miller fight, that is great. Braden, good job. But now you need the rest of the team to jump in on that, right? You got to drag guys into the fight, which Braden did. But now it's up to the other guys to say, okay, let's get into the fight. And I think that's where there's been a little bit of a gap this year with this team, where there are those momentum swings, whether it be the Shen fight. Let's go back to the Tyler Tucker fight on O'Brien. Tyler Tucker just scores a goal. He fights O'Brien on the very next shift. This is that Utah game I was talking about. Now you need everyone. Let's go. Jump in. Let's go. And I think there's just been a little bit of a drop-off, and that's where you need those 4, 5 other veteran vocal pieces to say, this is what this is. That guy just put his neck on the line for us. Let's go, boys. And I think it's just been a little bit quiet, and you certainly can't change personalities. But at the same time, I think that certain players and certain leaders need to continue to step outside their comfort zone to really embody this whole vocal presence of a leader, because like a lot of teams right now, Braden Shen certainly from a leadership standpoint could use a little help.
So we enjoy busting your balls about the multiple Sidney Crosby references, but I mean you did get a chance to play not only on a team that had the success that the Penguins organization had for that run, but also played with guy of his caliber as that kind of leader, and then some superstars around him as well. So you know what it looks like when that machine is running properly. So give the audience an example of some of the things that you would see, whether it be him doing or other guys who were part of those championship teams doing, that would carry over to the ice.
I think the biggest thing that Sid did is, well, 2 things stand out. Number one is an obvious one, is a very, very one in your control, Tim. And this is something I think that some of the core pieces of St. Louis are still learning, but it's body language. You have to have good body language. When Sid came into the league, I was really young when we were both drafted in the same year. And I went to go to camp, and he obviously played in the NHL before me because I would spend some time in college. But in those camps and preseason games, Sid at the beginning, he was kind of known as a crybaby. You know, if he didn't get a call to go his way, he'd be mouthing off at the refs, and he kind of had this high, squealy voice, you know, and even Billy Guerin would make fun of him, like, come on! Like, everyone would kind of rip on him, like, you gotta be kidding me, or whatever. So he kind of had this reputation of complaining a lot. Somebody owed him something, and he deserved a call on that play, and he was just getting absolutely pounded. I mean, you look at some of those Philly games, I mean, he's got blood all over his jersey, and at the beginning of his career, he was targeted. And I think over time, what happened with the Richies and the Guerins and the Mario Lemieux and all the support he had around him, and he learned very quickly that body language is important and everyone's looking at you. You have to have good body language, and even when you're not feeling it, you have to have the appearance that you have it together. There's a really great story. It's actually the Dalai Lama. This is the true story. Look this up. They're in a plane. I forget where they were going, but the Dalai Lama's in the back of a plane, and they hit turbulence. And this plane, I'm talking turbulence. I'm not talking some bumps, but they're actually like going down. And all these people on this plane are freaking out, and all the Dalai Lama's friends are looking at him, and he is just, his eyes are closed, and he's like so at peace, and he's not even like freaking out. And the plane ends up getting control of itself, and they land. They have emergency landing, and then in the story, one of the Dalai Lama's friends goes, "How are you able to stay so calm? Weren't you nervous or freaked out?" And this is a true story. And Dalai Lama says, "Of course I was freaked out, but I couldn't let anyone else see that I was freaked out because then everyone else would lose it." Right? And that's, to me, that's leadership. That's body language. That's what Sid has really learned. That body language is important, and when you're a leader, people are looking at you. That's certainly number one. And number two, he just loved to win. He absolutely loved to win. You have to have enthusiasm. You have to have energy. Even when the season's not going right, you have to have that burning passion to win. The last one I'll leave you with, we were kind of doing a little charity skate after practice one day. There were a bunch of these little kids that kind of learning to skate. And I'll never forget it. They were doing like a lap, and they had like a little bit of a race in the corner, and Sid was kind of racing these little kids who had never really skated before. They looked like a bunch of wounded giraffes on skates. They couldn't even stand up straight. And the race is kind of coming to that final bend, and these kids are kind of racing, and Sid's right there, and Sid actually like wins by just a little bit, like a little margin. And I remember giving him crap about it in the locker. I'm like, "Oh my God, you couldn't let the kids win! Like, what's wrong with you?" You know? And I'll never forget. He looked at me in the eye and he said, "You can't let losing creep in your mind. You can't let losing creep in your mind." I mean, that's who he is. He has to win. He wants to win. He's won 3 cups. He's got the Olympic gold. He's got the World Juniors. But he just has that burning passion to continue to win. So you have to have the enthusiasm, and you have to have good body language in order to really be a leader, I think, in this league. And I think there's a lot of core pieces for St. Louis here that are still really learning that curve.
I think body language affects the other team, too. If they see that you're down, it only pumps them up more.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at Nathan McKernan. I mean, we're talking about McKernan. You know, there wasn't a player, I'm telling you, 3 years ago, you couldn't get under the skin of a player better than Nathan McKernan. And when you threw him off, I mean, watch some of the bench clips of the replays. He slammed sticks, breaking sticks, freaking out. I had a coach who used to coach here in Colorado that talked about how he was very, very difficult to be with on the bench. And, you know, that was certainly part of the game plan of the Blues and every other team is to frustrate him, make him play in the D zone, stick him after the whistle, and because he gets overwhelmed. But look at how he has matured. I mean, I think winning the cup certainly has helped, but he is a lot more calm, and he's a very tough player to get under your skin nowadays. But you know, to your point, Doug, it kind of works both ways, and you got absolutely a great point there.
Is there anything that Monty can do, or is it all about in the room? Like if he comes in, makes some jokes, or starts screaming at everybody, do the players just roll their eyes? Is it all about the room figuring it out?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is someone was saying something like the coaching to come in and yell. No, I mean these guys are fathers. These guys are husbands. They're adults. I mean, Ryan Suter's 40 years old. Do you think he wants to show up and get yelled at and get scolded? I mean, you know, that type of stuff, you know, it works in youth hockey, I think, a little bit. It works in college hockey, you know, because why? Everyone's got another level they want to get to. And I think that you try to motivate young people. But this is a group of players that need to start managing themselves. And Jim knows that. You know, you can't go in there and hooting and hollering, and no one responds well to that. You know, I know that the old Mike Keenan days and the Babcock days and of coming in and ripping players, and what does it do? I mean, listen, but we're creatures of habit. If someone comes in and yells at you, you're probably going to have a good game, and it says, hey, I'm going to threaten. If you don't go play well, you're going to get sent down to minors. Okay, you're probably going to play well that game. But what happens over time? Over time is you end up just kind of going back to your habitual ways and doing what you are, and you end up floating back to it, and I think that those days are really done. I think that Jim is a great communicator. I think that it's a soft area you have to manage with these players. You can't come in and try to be false or phony about different things. You can't hoot and holler. You can't yell and scream, because you can lose a team. You can lose a locker room rather quickly, especially with some older players on this team. It's one of the things that, Cam Fowler was telling me about when he was part of the Anaheim Ducks. They have some more older school coaches there where I think they were just kind of losing the room a little bit. And once you lose that, to me, it's all said and done. And it's a tough spot for Jim, because it's that catch-22 where he needs to motivate his group and get them better, but also you need them to do it. But also you're the coach and you're looking for answers. So it's not an easy spot, no doubt about it. But, being around Jim, and, he's such an intelligent coach. He's such a great communicator. One thing's certain, we have the coach for the job. I think right now it's really about these players, and more specifically the core players, really stepping up and understanding that everyone needs to be better. And this is everyone. And I would say this right to Jordan Binnington's face, because he'd be the first to admit it. He knows he needs to be better. Buchnevich, Thomas, all those guys. These guys know they need to be better. I mean, to a man, they have to look themselves in the mirror, and the core group has to be better. And an opportunity here, certainly tonight, against a very good Colorado team to turn this thing around.
Joey Vitale, our guest here on TMA, with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Always enjoy the conversation on Fridays on the road with the Blues. Blues and Avs tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop, 8 p.m. pregame, 7 p.m. Joey, always appreciate the conversation, sir. Have a wonderful weekend, brother.
Hey, appreciate you guys. I really hope that St. Peter spoils the party this weekend for the Lady St. Gabe. Was it basketball you guys are playing?
Yeah, this is 7th grade basketball
Good luck
tournament.
if you have to play there.
Wow, Doug.
It's a sold-out barn.
Yeah.
Sold-out barn at St. Gabe's.
Yeah, the Stitz Arena. Place is packed. Luxury suites lined up. Sold out for years to come.
Outcome
Unbelievable.
predetermined.
That's a slander.
Doug, do you get your catalytic converter stolen when you go down to games?
I imagine it would
goodness.
be. I imagine it would be, yeah. I'll hire
Joey, I
security
apologize
for that.
you had to hear that.
No, it's okay. Even if my daughter was a part of it, I don't think I would take a risk and have my family come watch it as part of town.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
No, he's doing
Spot
it, too.
on. Spot on. He's chirping your brand.
All right, just disconnect Vitale.
Tough part of town, but you know what, Tim? That's where you came from. That's where you made it.
That's the mean streets. Yeah, mean streets, the south side. You're mean streets, too. Look at us, Doug. We're overcoming adversity.
I started from the bottom, now you're here. Tim.
Yeah,
Way to
exactly
go.
right. Thank
Joey
you so
grew up
much.
on the same street as Whitey Herzog, going fishing with the Cardinal manager.
Still, it was tough.
That is true. I say South County. People are like, oh, South County, you're kind of the rugged. I'm like, well, I mean, technically it was Sunset Hills, and the Cardinals manager was my next door neighbor, so not really, but kind of.
Not so hard scrabble, this fellow.
Yeah, now we've exposed that as well. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you.
There he goes. That's Joey Vitale battling the altitude in Denver.
I know that street. I know where Whitey lived. Gorgeous homes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not a fair gauge, but when I walk into a clubhouse at Cardinals, Blues, if there's not many players in there you want to interview, I always feel like it's just kind of a lame group. And I'm not putting that across the board on this group, but I keep going back to it. Like, you just feel like the energy in the room, and that's what Montgomery has said, and it's roster construction. And so Mozeliak went through it, where they said we need more voices. They brought in Matt Carpenter, and then I think Arnaudo lobbied for Brandon Crawford, which was an odd addition because you didn't really need him and he didn't really do anything. But roster construction has been a topic for the Cardinals, and I think with the Blues, and I think Doug Armstrong's probably looking at it right now. Well, okay, where did we miss? Not just on a talent level, but in terms of the chemistry. I think right now this is a pretty uninspiring group. It's kind of, you can hear it when you go around talking to them.
Listen, and I realize it's a hot button thing, and I think it probably goes on in every market, that's for sure. But, Joey's on the broadcast team, and I didn't feel like there were any punches pulled there. That was, not that he was sitting there lighting people up, but, it was very direct, and he didn't color his observations to make it sound good. He said that being around the team right now, it kind of feels like the trade deadline. And my interpretation of that, I think you guys were thinking the same thing, but maybe I'm off, is that not that everybody's sitting there thinking there's going to be trades, but just like kind of the tension that you feel around the trade deadline, because it's still more than a month away. And that's not a fun time for for athletes.
Kind of like a dead man walking vibe in the room. You're kind of looking around, and
But
nobody wants to say anything.
It's hard to have a lot of energy when you've lost 3 in a row. I mean, that'll take it right out of you. Like a baseball team goes on a slump, they're not all laughing in the locker room. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You know, it's hard to be positive and upbeat and have fun and put out a great vibe when the team is really struggling.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that in part. However, I can't recall who it was that they lost to. I'm sure somebody will text it in right away, and I appreciate it when you do. The game they lost before they played the Ducks at home like 3 weeks ago, and I recall Montgomery's press conference that morning, and I just thought it going in. And I looked back, and in hindsight, the fact that I was as high on the Blues as I was is a little weird because it's not like the Ducks are as bad as I think I thought they were. And I'm just like, I don't know what it is. I just know these guys are going to come out and they're going to kick their ass tonight. And they did. They jumped out to like a 4-0 lead, something along those lines. You can tell. Have you found it, Martin? I can tell you're looking. Chairman, you might be looking.
I see they beat Anaheim 6-2, and 2 nights later they lost to Columbus 2-1.
Right, but the game before
Minnesota they lost 6-4.
Okay, and that was the game where they had the
crazy
lead.
comeback,
right?
And then they gave it back.
That's exactly right. And I'm just like, okay, now this has a different feel to it. Now maybe they'll take off. I mean, my God, the 2021 Cardinals is an all-timer as far as a team that came from nowhere and didn't even really have that much talent either to go on the run. So these things can happen. But I think the place, because you asked, I thought it was a great question. I don't know if it was Martin or Doug, but when you asked him, it's not just the body language of the team that you are on, then it can impact the opposition if they see whether you're up or whether you're down. I feel like there is no place in sport where it is more obvious the psychology that is impacting body language in the midst of a run and a momentum change than college basketball. You do not have to know the game to tell which team is feeling it. And so it was inevitable. For example, the signature win, I guess, around these parts would be Missouri beating Kansas, although Kansas certainly doesn't look like the normal Kansas team this year. Early on in December, you knew Kansas was going to come back. It was just a matter of can Missouri withhold from it. And when a team is going on a run, and whether it be they're in their own building and the crowd's feeling it, or they're on the road, and you can see how it's impacting the other team to have a team come in and silence the crowd. That was the thing that, if I'm not mistaken, it was Dan Lanning at Oregon saying the best thing that Mike Krzyzewski said his experience was at Duke was when they would go into a building that was waiting for Duke, and every single building would always be waiting for Duke, and they would start heading out for the exits. And they silenced the building. And that's why when they beat Michigan earlier this year, Oregon, he had them all turn around and look at all those fans, 100,000 plus at the Big House, walking out, defeated. That's what you live for as an athlete, is to quiet the opposition. And so you can see that in college basketball in particular. But I think on the other side of it, you can tell when a team is down. And then you can take advantage of them, and it builds upon it. And I kind of get the sense that the Blues are trending more toward that latter thing where you could go, oh boy, this thing. I just don't sense that there's a hunger to bounce back, because sometimes after a tough loss like that Minnesota one, I'm going, these boys are hungry, they're going to bounce back, and sure enough they did. Now maybe my read was wrong and I just happened to have the right outcome, but I feel like this thing is in spiral mode right now.
Yeah, all of that said, what do you expect tonight against a good opponent on the road?
I think it's going to be rough.
That's my read, is that this spiral is going to continue.
I think it's going to be rough, because I just don't think you know what he was talking about with Crosby. I mean, I realize we're talking about one of the greats there, so it's not a apples to apples. But I just don't think that that's there, because it wasn't just Crosby. There were a bunch of guys on that team. I mean, he's the face, but that team had all kinds of talent. It's not just about ability. It's also about those leadership skills, and that's one of the weird things about this team. And I just don't know when you're starting to fall if they have it to bounce back. I hope I'm wrong. Obviously, I certainly don't want to relive what we've had to relive here. You know, where you're just playing out the string and wondering what's going to happen in the trade deadline. But I don't know. I don't see it happening.
But if they continue to spiral, I think Armstrong has to make a move like trading a Kyrou or a Binnington, something significant to kind of say what we're doing right now is not working. If you're headed towards 3 years of missing the playoffs, even though you're in this self-described retool, whatever it is, I think you have to look at this group and say, it's just not the right group. I got to shake it up. I think you'll feel more pressure to do that. I think in part because people are starting to notice it's just the roster construction, the pieces that are in there. It's just not working.
Well, it all gets down to this, and this is in the weeds, high-level analysis, so I'll keep it simple so you guys can understand it. If we can just get hot,
I don't understand.
we can win this baby.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that stuff.
No, I wouldn't think that you would.
And if you want to,
but hockey people would get it.
Break out the dry erase board.
Okay.
With that, then maybe Martin and we can follow it.
We've got to get hot. We can win this baby. It's not easy to get hot when you got to play Colorado out there. Yeah. And 2 nights or 2 games later, Edmonton and then Florida.
Yeah, it's too bad they're not playing Columbus. You know, somebody they could beat. You know,
that's a tough conversation. That's a tough conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we got going on here?
I think there's more text about St. Gabriel's than the Blues.
That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, I gotta be
and
honest.
Chairman Kurt, what do we have here? I just saw you texted me, but I don't follow this.
Yeah, we got a caller, JC. He
Doug,
said
you
he's
know
a
JC.
Oh, well, I don't know.
He said he's a former 7th grade champion. I would assume St. Gabe's, but he didn't say.
Wow.
But he wanted to talk to Martin about National Marquette Day.
Okay.
So
Doug, I don't know what's going on, but I enjoy it. It's the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. JC, you are on with Martin Kilcoyne talking Marquette in the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament.
Yes. What's up, fellas? Oh, my gosh, this is an honor.
Oh, well, we're happy you called, gentlemen.
Doug, I love to hear your voice right now. I'm loving this.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
But I'm here to talk to Martin.
All right.
Okay.
Martin.
Yes, sir.
Worthy counsel, Kilcoyne.
Oh, this is a Figure Kai reference.
Wow, I was counsel.
God.
I was pro counsel.
Were you counsel or pro counsel?
Pro counsel, then counsel.
Wow.
Moved up the ladder.
Yeah, so I did my research, and I'm a current Marquette student, but I'm also here to discuss the terrible allegations as a former 7th grade basketball tournament champion from St. Gabe's.
Oh, you were a beneficiary of all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huge champion here. And but yeah, these allegations are pretty rough.
Okay, so are you a St. Gabriel alum?
Yes.
Okay,
I am.
and you're a current Marquette student?
I am.
Are you listening from Milwaukee?
I'm in Milwaukee. Kilbourne is quiet
Nice.
in preparation for the festivities of tomorrow, and I just want to talk some ball with Martin.
Yeah, I lived at 1327. Tim, was that West Kilbourne that I lived?
I think it was West Kilbourne.
1320. You could walk from there on a Friday to the Pabst Brewery, and you had to take the tour, but then you got free beer, Doug.
Oh, nice. How many times you get the tour?
I'm on the 17th block, so I'm a little farther down.
There you go. Get over to Wells. Get yourself a snack. We got UConn on Fox 2 tomorrow night, fellas.
Oh, wow.
Maybe a little watch party, maybe.
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
Now, when you were at St. Gabe's, did you ever notice during a game that you guys hadn't really hit a shot in about 5 minutes, and you look at the scoreboard and you're up by 25?
No, that never happened to us.
Okay.
We were a good ball club, and we didn't need the officials to help our way.
Yeah, Doug's going to be served with a slander suit later this afternoon.
By Joe Neal. Did you ever lose a home game in your career, JC?
Very rarely. Yeah. But that's just because, we protected our home court like Marquette basketball does.
Thank you. See, it all goes together.
So you're not going to go after this guy because he's a Marquette guy.
I feel like were you prompted to call in by somebody listening in St. Louis, or were you actually dialed into this program instead of studying?
You know what? I haven't been listening to the program for a couple weeks because I'm so intense into my studies here.
Sure.
But I've made it a point to call in before National Marquette Day because I just feel like we need to talk ball with Martin.
Yeah.
Because there's too much Mizzou basketball talk, too much Blue talk.
Thank you.
I mean, Blues stink this year.
Oh, come on. We can get on.
Almost Mike Lee-esque. Blues stink.
What are you studying at Marquette? Do they have books and classes and everything up there?
I'm in high finance.
High finance.
I like that. That's St. Gabriel, Doug. High finance.
Tim, is the Tam Avenue Capital Partners looking for a summer intern?
We have a real issue right now with what have been a number of investors wondering where the money has gone.
Okay.
And so we're actually retaining
I'll be able to
counsel
manage
ourselves. Yeah, we've had some problems, Doug. Minus 100% ROI, and people aren't pleased.
A lot of people saying a lot of things, but if you take a closer look, Tim, that money is well spent, well spent.
So I think we're missing the obvious. We've got Marquette. We've got St. Gabe's. Where'd you go to high school?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. And it's a pretty clear question answer. It's the only right answer to that question. From St. Gabe's to Marquette, there's only one school in between there.
DeBerg.
No, that's the U-High.
The U-High is a little bit of a feeder from the St. Louis market to Marquette.
It is.
Well, it's a Jesuit thing.
It's the only one. It's the only one that sends it now, Martin.
Yeah, if he's in high finance.
No more CBC grads like you.
Why don't you ship me some real chili when you get a chance, buddy? Can you do that?
Will do. Yeah.
Okay, well, Marquette, I got to say, we're riding high. Tim, I'm a little concerned. We've still got UConn twice. We've got St. John's and that Rick Pitino twice. We've still got to go to Creighton. So there might be some losses ahead, but the team is flying high.
Well, JC, you're going to want to stick around for this right now because, Doug, guess what just came out? What? Joey Lombardi has just revealed his bracketology. Now, even though Missouri is fresh off a win against Ole Miss, he has them dropping down to a 7 seed taking on Pitt in the first round. That game going again. They're playing Cleveland. In Cleveland.
Cleveland, eat my shorts.
But if Missouri can get past Pittsburgh, they would be taking on the 2 seed Marquette in Cleveland in the next round.
Wow.
Take that, JC. Take that, Martin. How about that?
Love it.
He's making it all up. He doesn't know.
We're ready.
We don't
You got to find all the games today, folks, on TBS, which on my DirecTV is 242. Is that what it is? 240. I think it's 242. Let me see if I'm right. 242. Okay. TBS 242.
I'll never feel bad about our segments when I hear this.
Let me see if it's 242. Hold on. It's USA 242. It's right around there. 245. Let me try 245. It's right around there.
Was he on the air when this happened?
247 it is? Okay, 247. All right, 247 it is. All right.
Martin.
Yes, sir.
I can make you a shoe-in for Alumni of the Month if you just want to talk to me about it.
How you going to do that?
Alumni of the Month.
How you going to do that?
A small donation of $25,000.
Oh, yeah, just you can Venmo that over.
Are you guys?
Want to send it to you?
Yes.
That's your deal.
You guys are not on the. You guys are on the real radio now, right? This is HD1.
Yeah, it's HD1.
Yep.
People are insinuating that this guy is Tucker, and I don't know who Tucker is.
Tucker is St. Louis starter packs, but I interact with Tucker on a daily basis. His name is.
How many death threats am I getting? Should I leave the call?
If you want me, if you're comfortable with me reading it, I'll be more than happy to. So
I would love to hear the death threats.
Let's see. The first one that came in was, "This guy is so fat. This fatty is running out of air. Get him a CPAP machine quickly." That was from Hunchback of Von Castle. 2 strikes against this cheating douche, Gabe's alumni. He's defending the most rigged tournament in America, and he's a Sigma Chi. I've never seen a more rigged athletic program since UNLV and SMU of the 80s. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. How many phones does Tucker have? That's from Painter Guy. Tell this dolt to drink a Pabst Blue Ribbon pint of bleach. That's from the 314. And if this guy has to study hard to get good grades at Marquette, he must have the intelligence of Timberfake. Never call in again, dumbass. And Doug, that's from the St. Charles tonight.
And Tim added they wanted you. They wanted you to eat a bag of things. I can't really say that on the air.
Well, there's so many, honestly. I just got to pick the ones at the top.
And Tim, I hate to bring this up, but I believe the Marquette Sigma Chi chapter is currently off campus.
Oh, just like the Zizai chapter.
Whoa. We're officially back.
Oh, we're back. Breaking news.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is great. We got Rush coming up next week. We are so back.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been a while, but thank you.
Nice to have you
Just
back.
want to be, truth in advertising.
Which one is Grinder again?
JC, thank you so much for the call.
Thanks,
Don't
guys.
be discouraged by this text inbox. That's part of the
I love
game.
it.
All
See you,
right,
fellas.
God bless.
All right,
It's
fella.
JC, St. Gabriel, St. Louis U High, and Marquette. Representing and defending the honor of the St. Gabriel term. Does that change your mind, Doug?
Not in the least, no.
It might be the same route that John Lake took, I want to say. St. Gabe's, the U-High. Because Tom Schwartz, where did he go to grade school?
Where did Tom Schwartz go to grade school?
How the hell would I know?
Because he got to do show prep, man. You got to do show prep.
Mike Cheval did Mary Queen to SLU to Marquette.
Yeah, he went Mary Queen.
Who are these people?
What is there?
Well, let's say I create a game where you get to pick 5 players tonight in the major leagues.
It's been done.
Right? And if your 5 players, based on numeric totals, have better offensive numbers for the night than any other 5 players, you win $50,000.
Good plan.
And the fee is $10 to get in.
Okay, it's been done.
People will buy that. They'll play it like crazy.
They do, but it got thought of 30 years before you
just
brought
for
it up.
the context on that was Mike Francesa in 2022, about 11 years after Daily Fantasy Sports began.
There's not a whole lot of queens that listen to Mike Francesa.
Speaking of Tucker.
Oh, there he was. All right, send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What a huge night if you are in the neighborhood tomorrow night. St. Gabriel's against St. Gabriel's in the 3rd place game.
Of course.
And then St. Gabriel's taking on St. Peter in the championship game.
How many teams they got? How many teams does St. Gabe's have? How big is the school?
They now have 3. That's what I texted Cal. I said, hold on a second. So they're playing each other, and then there's another one in the championship game? He said, yeah, there's 3 teams.
What are they going for in the secondary market? What can you get in for?
I paid $550 per ticket, but I wanted my kids to be able to see the Billikens and the Blizzard game tonight, and then see St. Gabriel against St. Gabriel, and then St. Gabriel in the championship game against St. Peter. You know, I mean, this is perfect.
I think I told you this once, maybe, but a friend of mine had a kid, or a grandson, actually, that played in a tournament at Principia. It was the 5th grade, and it was like $15 to get in.
Wow.
To see grade school basketball. He was there with the whole family. It cost him $100 to go sit down and watch 5th grade basketball.
Tatum playing that evening?
No, 5th grade. Testing that bad boy out for you now. Testing out this bad boy. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
Jim Wilson, communications director at the Missouri Athletic Club, said, myself and John Lake both did the Gabes, SLU, Marquette
God
circuit.
bless him.
I'll be darned.
There's a
God bless
path.
him.
There's a
Yeah,
path right there.
There it is.
God, I got to tell you, JC, for all the text telling him to drink bleach and eat a bag of things that we can't say on the air. Still had a little more energy than most of the Blues, I think. Still brought it.
Circus circles back. Ladies and gentlemen, 263 friends of the Feather have gathered in the YouTube chat to watch the program and talk it over, including Don Peepee, Droid Effects, Don Hoffman, that's Jackson's favorite guy, and then the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant. They're all in there talking it over with Bishop about sports and Tori Holt's finger and the Walrus King. You can join in as well. YouTube.com/TMASTL. It's presented to you by the Air Alliance team. This is the morning after on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. St. Louis and right-hander Max Scherzer and the Toronto Blue Jays are in an agreement on a one-year, $15.5 million contract, sources told ESPN on Thursday, uniting the future Hall of Famer with a Toronto team that's trying to salvage the winner after missing on other high-profile free agents. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt stepping in for Jackson Burkett, who is dealing with illness today, and also watching Missouri-Mississippi State game film in preparation for tomorrow's festivities. Noon tip at the hump, Doug? Is that where it is? Noon tip at the hump?
I think so. I think that's right.
Yeah, right. Fair enough. Billikens tonight against Dayton. $25 for tickets to get in. That's where they start. SLUbillikens.com. You can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. If anybody other than Buck Swope wins, coming up at 10:50 today, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom makes history and becomes the first lady to ever win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. This is fun. This is fun.
We should probably have her into the studio for an extended interview session, and just to prove that it really is a man.
Now, right there at the end, you said something. Okay. So this could be your second lawsuit you're dealing with today. You're going to have the St. Gabriel people coming after you, and now you're going to have the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom people coming after you.
See if I can deal with it.
Girl Next Door of the Year candidate from Jefferson County.
How's she look?
Oh,
speaking of, today would have been Jay Randolph Jr.'s birthday.
I think it would have been 55 today.
Something 55, 56.
I think you're right.
Going way too soon.
Feels like 1969 birth year, maybe 68.
Girls are hot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know on that. I don't know on that. Doug, as you know, I'm a sharp. And I gave you the Eagles blowout last week and the over. I gave you the Chiefs in a close 3-point win and the over. Now, in my baseball season-long bets, I'll be just real honest with you. I'm a plagiarist.
Oh, are you?
I follow a guy by the name, this is recommended, actually. I don't get anything out of it. This is in Yola. Derek Carty. This guy's a wizard on the Twitter tweets.
Carty.
You follow him as it sounds, DerekCarty. Last year, and I made these season-long bets, as a matter of fact. The play that he said had the most value on the over, the Oakland A's, which I know sounds weird, but I think their total was 61.5 in Las Vegas, and they shipped that. And then and this kind of went against the grain, the one that had the most value on the under was the Cincinnati Reds, and that also covered. I mean, this guy's just a data wizard, and especially when he has large sample sizes. So he has something called the BAT projection.
The BAT projection.
And he has released some numbers. He hasn't done season-long win totals, but he has done individual totals, which then you can add up to get some of the team numbers. So as far as team home run totals, the Cardinals, it's not looking really good. He's projecting 157, and that would be fourth to last in baseball.
Oh, had 165 last season.
That would be fourth to last in baseball. And then with regard to team projected ERA,
okay,
the Cardinals are at 20th with a 4.18. And their ERA plus would be 100, which would be 20th in the game of baseball. Suppose that is still TBD as to who actually is pitching for the team.
ERA last year, 4.04.
So I think it's going to move up a little bit.
Yeah.
So would Francesa go around the diamond? You got Walker hit about, what do you think, about 15?
Yeah,
maybe hits 18 home runs, and then Mason
now
Wynn.
You're starting to figure it out.
I think Wynn is a good ball player. Maybe hits 12 or 13. What am I at now? Doug, you add those together. Donovan will get you. He'll get you 13 homers, right?
Auctions and search cork. This is Major League Baseball. selling these to people. The corks from the Mets. Now, that says cork. Oh, I got corks from other teams, too. I got St. Louis Cardinal cork. I got Texas Ranger cork. Is it under celebratory cork? Is that what it's under? It didn't come up when I had cork, so some other thing came up. Celebratory cork. Let's put it in there. Just cork? I'll do.
Is he saying caulk or cork?
I believe it was some kind of promotion that he was doing for cork, but with that, I think there might be some form of a dialect there. I could be off.
Could well be, yeah.
It sounds like he's saying caulk, but he's saying cork.
Cock?
It could be cuck, too. It's certainly a theme on the program. I enjoyed this tweet yesterday. You guys familiar with a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Karp?
I am not, no.
He's a writer for KSDK, I see, and then a producer at KD&L. Can you do that?
Double dip? They still have news producers at KD&L?
Hell, I don't know.
They haven't done news there for years.
On his
That was
resume.
Joby Smith?
Oh, wait, yeah. Kevin Slayton was on there for a while.
Did Jack Snow ever do sports over there a little bit?
Jack Snow did sports?
I think they tried it out.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. That's a good fun fact. I didn't know that.
Let's see. Who else can I get? Chris Gargano, Dennis Evans.
Wow, look at this. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Well, anyway.
Rick Powers.
He tweeted this. Nolan Arenado, Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, Miles Michaelis, and Steven Matz. 5 guys aged 32 or older, do a combined $94.2 million this year. Getting younger? Nope. Cutting payroll? Nope. Failing this offseason? Yep. Doug, there it is. 5 players, all old, do a total of close to $100 million. The plan, restructure, reload, retool, and here we are on the final day of January. We will be in Jupetown for our week-long broadcast on February 10th, and ain't a damn thing happened.
But overall, I feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously,
Well, Gray, I think, is still a quality top-of-the-rotation type pitcher. He was last year. The others I'm not so sure about. So that could be an issue. Matt, last year, ERA over 5. Michaelis, almost 5.5. That's not good.
That Steve Cohen was hopping mad when the Cardinals got Steven Matz. Remember that? He said he'd never been more pissed off at an agent. Remember that when they got Steven Matz?
Yeah, there was some kind of deal.
He thought he was going from Toronto back to the Mets, and he didn't. And I kept saying, just call him up and say, hey, Steve, we'll help you out.
Hey, Mo, get us Bryce Harper. Hey, Mo, get us Bryce Harper.
That's good advice.
Hey, once again, Scherzer was available in the Cardinals past.
Well, yeah, he's done, I'm afraid. $15 million he got.
15.5. How much do you think he has made? The Pride of Parkway Central and Mizzou.
Maybe $300 million.
I was going to go over $400 million. Doug, I'm not sure. Martin's got the numbers.
Last year with the Rangers, and he was hurt, but pitched a little bit. Got $43 million, of which the Mets paid $20 million.
Nice.
It looks to me the last 6 years he made about $250, but total $351.
Doug wins.
$351 million for Max Scherzer, and I don't want to go full Coos, but if you did a Mount Rushmore, greatest St. Louis athletes at the professional level.
He's
3-time Cy Young Award winner.
All day.
Yeah, HO Hall of Famer.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
Boy, he did get
Why is
paid.
Frank yelling?
He's excited about the pay.
This news with regard to the Cardinals from a Yankees writer that the trade market for Nolan Arenado has not progressed. But is that really news?
No, it isn't.
That's where we stand.
So he may or may not go to the Red Sox. He may or may not go to the Yankees, Doug.
Or any of the other teams.
He may or may not go to Seattle. He may or may not go to Detroit. He's not going to Houston. He might be here.
Sure.
I got 2 $50 bets out with audience members that he will not be on the Cardinals on opening day. I am taking up to another $150 in bets if you're interested.
Okay.
You can DM me on the Twitter tweets. T. McKernan. It's really more of a gift depot at this point, Doug, of the LSU mom at the White House with the 2019 LSU team. And you can email me at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com.
I think you're right about that, but I do wonder if there's a scenario. He's not traded. It's spring training time. Does he just work out away from the team while they continue to look for a suitor? Wouldn't that be? I wouldn't rule that out, where he doesn't show up to camp because they say, well, we're going to trade him. And
God,
isn't that? I mean, I don't.
I have to tell you, though.
Doesn't it feel like we're headed that way?
And I don't know. But I sense that both parties, Arenado, his agent, and the Cardinals, are handling a situation that is perhaps more tense privately in their representations of it publicly, which I respect, by the way. But therefore, if it actually comes down to it, that he now is in a spot where he's still technically a Cardinal as the team starts up at spring training, then you actually do have to encounter the situation in which he's working out there. And, I don't know if he's in a spot where he wants to risk getting injured and still being on the Cardinals if he really wants to play. I don't know. The whole situation is something that clearly he didn't think was going to be in play. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been rejecting the trade to the Astros.
Contractually, I think he probably... Certainly he should be there, whether he has to be there.
But they could allow him out. They could say, that's fine, like a Molina clause. Come when you feel like it. The Yachty clause. I think there is a scenario where camp opens, they're still trying to make a deal, where they might let him just kind of work out, or we're going to give him an extra week while we try and sort through some things. It's beyond weird, but I can't rule that out at this point.
Tim, I'll take that action with you, but I only pay out in light hand play. That's from Doug's prison wallet. That's intriguing.
You're considering it.
It's intriguing. I want to fill up all of the bets. I want to have 250 out there. And whether it's with three people and somebody takes 150, but we got to do this over email, some way we can communicate, and I have a way to track you down when you welching bastards don't pay. All due respect to the people texting in. Oh. I don't know you. I'm a star. I'm what Doug calls a big wheel in the market.
Mm-hmm. Did Tim just lemming himself down?
Yes, he's done that a few times.
Yeah, I think they call that autoplay. Somebody will look that
I want to make love.
Right.
Okay, Frank, cool down.
Where the hell's Yachty at? That's in the 618.
Well, he's not on the team anymore.
He's kind of sitting this one out.
He's not on the team.
Special advisor, Doug. Last year he was a special advisor. Remember all those times he was down at the park?
I'm going to say Arenado would go ahead and show up at camp and work out.
Put his head down, just get some work in.
I think so.
Pretty good buddies with Lars. He might just kind of sit in the corner with him.
If they're going to
serious.
If they're going to tell him work out somewhere else, they would really only be shielding him from the media. I think the other players understand what's going on. They get it. They're in favor of the player playing where he wants to play.
But if there's a little organizational tension too, and I don't know for a fact, but what we were alluding to, it could be a little awkward. You show up there, you got your Cardinal bag, you're walking in, hey.
Yeah, I don't doubt it's going to be awkward.
Kind of wanted to go somewhere where they were trying to win, but sure, I'll come work out with you guys. It's a little awkward.
Well, then you don't understand pitching, and that's okay.
Say that again.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he challenged Jack Flaherty. Huh. Like he was going to, the next step was a throwdown? He's going to start punching him?
I like Flaherty in that one.
Is he on a team?
No, he is not.
And he's flummoxed about it. He say, wait a minute, did you see the year I just had? No one's interested? He did have a good year.
His path was what? Cardinals, Orioles, Tigers, Dodgers? Free agent. Okay.
There's no way to find that out.
No, there's no resource. You'd have to go to a library or something.
Well, I just wanted to see if I was correct.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50. That's how you can get involved on the program. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is my insurance agent, and I would recommend he become your insurance agent as well. That's James Carlton, 314-961-4800. Or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's been my insurance agent for the last 6 years. The customer service and saving people money is what sets him apart. It's at another level, and I'm telling you, they'll do all the paperwork for you. Make the switch. You have nothing to lose just by calling those offices right now. Somebody in Webster Groves at the office is going to answer right away, going to find out if they can save you money. Did your insurance go up year over year? If it did, give James Carlton a call and see if he can save you money. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA, and it's me by myself. And candidly, this is the way it should be. I hope that doesn't come off wrong, though. I don't know if it does.
Addition by subtraction, if you ask me.
That's exactly right, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan and Chairman Kurt with you. Martin Kilcoyne, I don't think he's onboarding because his backpack's still here, and Doug is...
Take your time, Vaughn.
Does this show go clear till 11?
Does.
It's your first day?
Let's see. People are trying to bet me in the text inbox. I'll bet you all day. This is great. This is one of those things where people get caught up in the moment, and that's fine. And hey, you know what? Maybe you're right and I'm wrong. The bet for the record, but email me. It's not tough to do. TMCKERNAN at Inside STL. I guess the risk there is people have to go then maybe create a burner if they don't want me to know. But we're going to exchange money somehow, so I'm going to have to know your Venmo, too. I don't really care what your name is, to be real candid. It doesn't matter. I just want your money. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'm taking up to $150 in bets that Nolan Arenado will not be on the Cardinal roster on opening day. And you know what? Maybe I'll be wrong.
What if Mo emailed you?
Is he at a point where he could use the 150?
He'd have a little bit of inside intel.
You can control. It's like when I bet Jackson on how long QFTA will go. And I'll stop it by 12:15. He goes, well, I can't because then you can control it.
That's true.
I go, you're right. But if he just wants me to stop so he doesn't have to sit there for 3 hours, it might be worth it to bet like $20 with me. So anyway, I've got 2 bets out there, and I'm happy to take more. People start getting caught up in the prisoner of the moment thing. I'm just telling you, if Alex Bregman would have signed 2 weeks ago and Nolan Arenado wasn't traded, I'd be like, ooh, this is a little weird. It's going to happen when Bregman's gone. That's what I think. But maybe I'll be wrong. And then great. You get to win.
Yeah.
You get to win money. Okay. And I'll be Venmoing you.
We talked a lot about personality or lack thereof with the Blues, the quiet room. I do think that week, spring training week, people are going to, there's some good personalities there. Mason Wynn, Burleson. I think people get to know the team a little bit. Doesn't mean they're going to win more games than you're thinking now, but I think you will enjoy the program. I mean, you always enjoy the program.
Oh, there you go.
But I think that's assuming they'd actually want to talk. There's some good personalities.
Well, yeah, you'd hope someone would talk. Otherwise, it's going to be a long week.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
That's true. It's been said many times, and it's very, very true.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved on the program. We have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about 30 minutes here on the show. And then we got the Billikens tonight at 6 p.m. We've got the Blues tonight taking on the Avalanche right here on 101 ESPN. Blues tonight, puck drop at 8 p.m. Design Air, sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? It's DesignAirService.com. And they are the longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug, did you notice it? It's like the snow is about gone. There's still some of those piles of ice packed.
And I hear it could get to mid-60s by Sunday.
Yeah, I saw Sundays looking like a pony.
62 on Sunday, 62 on Monday. Got some sunshine. And then up to 67 on Wednesday and kind of got some thunderstorms. Here we are. We're getting close. It's almost over.
Well,
it's almost over.
I don't know. We hope.
February is always the toughest month.
Yeah.
Because there really isn't
You're
anything
ready for it to be over. Yeah.
Doing NHL's going to be off for a while too. No football. You know, maybe the Billikens mount their Sunday charge.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
And then ILL, you know, they'll skull pound a great team and they'll lose to random. And then the Fighting Tigers.
Maybe.
But then March, now I start to feel it. But we'll down at spring training from the 10th to the 14th doing the program, as Martin making reference to Design Air. Longest running sponsor on TMA. It's DesignAirService.com. That's where you go if you have any heating issues. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt doing a glorious job filling in for Jackson Burkett. And you can always go back and podcast. Good conversation with Joey Vitale. And also we had Robert Thomas on the program from Denver in the 8 o'clock hour. You miss anything? Podcast it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on TMA and 101 ESPN. They're online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's schaeferdoor.com, sponsor of the podcast on TMA and 101 ESPN. Call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Martin's got, yes.
I got to say, my parents had a little issue about a week and a half ago.
Oh, wow.
Schaefer Door sent somebody right on out.
How about that? They did it again.
Couldn't have been happier with what they got out of Schaefer Door.
Wow. What'd the mechanic look like? I mean, that's kind of a theme on this show.
Right. Yeah, that is key, because Tom from Design Air is cute as a button, Doug?
Well, that's what they say. Cuter than a speckled puppy.
That'd be good at an auction. You get everybody all liquored up. We had one at the St. C auction last week with Reed Lowe. He's quite the auctioneer.
He does a wonderful job. Yeah.
I think growing up in Canada, his family with the farms nearby, they actually did cattle auction, so he's got it down.
Really?
Small mares and I worked a little blue, and then we raised some money. And then they had a puppy at the end of the night. People are spending money like crazy.
No. Did Jamal Mares accuse anybody's wife of being a healer?
That did not come up, thankfully. I was looking down at the notes. We started, and I used a few swear words. We're just having fun. It's just a bunch of adults. And I looked down and I said, oh, this is awkward. Next, Martin introduces Monsignor for the prayer. That was right after the opening monologue. I'm like, well, this is awkward.
Well, they may not have you back next year.
Well, that's the hope. I mean, that's the thing. If you tank at an event or offend
or if you're a pervert, you don't get invited to do these things. It's the greatest thing going. It's the best. I couldn't be more grateful for my perversion.
Like, oh, that went really well. We did a great job. We're like, I think Frank would be better.
Well, we got an inside word. This is like Bud Fox meeting with James Spader. Guys, make some money tonight and take the Billikens -1.5. Dayton cannot cover on the road. See you at the game tonight. I'll be wearing red behind the Flyers bench. Flyers were favored by 2.5 at the Bonnies and lost by 22. That's from the Dayton Flyer dad. That's inside intel from the other side. I guess we got to ship the bankroll on it now.
Okay. Eggplant emoji.
So he knows his team, even though he's a fan, he knows the outcome. I don't know. Bills and Dayton, it's been a struggle historically. Maybe it's not a factor with a new team and a new coach.
It's hard for anybody to win on the road, college hoops.
I agree with you on that.
The records are
the best. Missouri, Florida thing was so amazing.
Yeah.
You had COVID, and then after that, the Billikens were okay, but I don't think you've had a hyped game like this in a while. I think atmosphere-wise, it's going to be right up there. If you're Josh Schertz, you get to ask all year, hey, how about the crowd? Oh, yeah, it's great. And there's 4,000, 5,000 people. But I think this is one game where he can honestly, after the game, say that was intense, that was fun. You know, Jim Cruz inherited the Majerus teams, and those tickets were tough to get. I would say it's the first time in maybe 10 years where you've had one of those kind of games. Mm-hmm. Looking forward to it. Ready to run on the court.
Yeah, we're running on the court. I'm
Billy
throwing
can
my
take
3-year-old out there.
And you feel like you will need to bring your brass knucks?
I have security, so
I am not letting anything happen to him.
Wow.
Thank you.
Oh, you're the security.
Well, he's one of 10. Oh. Yeah.
You're the big Dom to Tim's Eagles?
Yeah, that's right, Sirianni.
What's the Irish version of a big Dom?
Big Mick.
Big Mick.
Yeah. Standard. It would be a slur if I didn't have the Irish background, I think. Somebody will check on that.
Joe's a good Irish and Italian name, right? You could kind of be a Joey either way. But
I think it tends to be more on the Italian side.
I think a lot of Joe middle. I think the Irish have a lot of Joes.
I mean, say you got the St. Patrick's Day, Italians have St. Joseph's Day. Yeah,
there's your Patty. There's your bouncer.
That's it. My guy's Patty. Yeah. All right, Martin, you got. I'm intrigued to find, because I can do the World Series. I rattled them off, and it freaked out the audience when I did this on Balloon Party. I don't have the same level of confidence on the Super Bowls. Doug, where are you on your confidence level?
Winners year by year.
Like I can't possibly do it.
So somebody sent me this, and I looked down, and it's the winner each year. And I don't do the year the Super Bowl took place. That's too confusing. The season, right? The season that, like the 99 Rams won it in 2000. But year by year, I was surprised how many I could nail. Tim, do you want to pick do you like a decade that you'd like to work in?
My memory, Doug says, becomes infallible starting in 1982.
I've never really said that. I know it's a good memory.
Thank you.
Infallible, I don't know.
It starts with the Cardinals and Brewers. Now, then I apply it to football, and I'm going to remember them, but I don't know if I'll remember them in the proper order. So in 82, was that Marino in his first Super Bowl against, and I apologize in advance, the Redskins?
I believe yes. I don't have the opponent, but the Redskins in 82.
Doug.
Well, no, but the Redskins is the correct answer.
And that was Marino.
Would have been Joey T.
Yeah, friend of the program. And then after that, it was friend of the show again. This is the nonstop friend of the show. But did they have the chance to go back to back? Was that the Redskins and the Raiders and Marcus Allen with the run?
The Raiders.
Sounds
right. All right. Okay.
The Raiders in 83.
Then I got to go 49ers.
That is correct. You're free for free.
Okay. Then I got to go.
Come on.
The Bears, Patriots in the Superdome. Then 86 was the Giants, probably against the Broncos. I feel like the Broncos were kind of getting worked over in the 80s.
They got teed up a few times.
87, Doug. Would that be the Redskins again?
That was the replacement year, and yes, that would be the Redskins.
So then 88, 49ers.
Yeah, George Seifert vehicle.
Yes, George Seifert vehicle.
Yeah, what's this?
Oh, God, I have to tell you, rarely can I impress myself, but I'm in the midst of doing it right here. 89. Oh, I want to complete the decade for you, Doug. I want to do this for you. Did the 49ers go back to back?
Yeah, Joe Montana. In the huddle, Doug. They needed
John
to drive.
Candy.
That was
looked up and said, no, that's the one. They had the
John Taylor?
John Taylor. Joe Montana to John Taylor. Winning score, Joe Cool, Joe Montana. Looked up into the crowd in the huddle today. Look, it's John Candy.
Who'd they pound in 88? Was that the Broncos? And then they beat the Bengals on the John Taylor touchdown?
They beat the Bengals.
I'm sorry, I forgot you don't have the opponent up there.
I believe.
Well, I got through the 80s, and I know that the first Super Bowl in the 80s was the Rams because they were 79 NFC champions against the Steelers. And we were talking about it in the break. We thought that game was in Pasadena because the story had always been nobody ever won in their home building. So L.A. won in L.A., but that wasn't their home building, the Rose Bowl. And then you had Dick Vermeil and the Eagles against the Raiders to start off the decade. Now, Doug, the 1990s, you said you wanted it and you got it.
No, I can't remember that. I barely remember where I parked this morning.
88 Redskins beat the Broncos 42-10, Tim. But I believe you got the 80s.
Yes.
You're like the Alan Hunter of football. You're all about the 80s.
So the 90 would have been the Giants beating the Bills, if we're talking, because that was the 91 Super Bowl. We do a 90 season, all right? Am I correct
90
on this?
season is correct.
So now we start going cowboysing, and that was back-to-back against the Bills. And
did you skip?
Oh, I skipped the Redskins beating the Bills. Yes. Then it was cowboysing. Then it was the Niners over the Chargers, Cowboys over the Steelers. Now we're starting to get into my sweet spot.
Got paid in the Escalade after that.
Now we're starting to get into my sweet spot, and I believe you got the Packers over the Patriots. Then you got the Packers losing to John Elway and the Broncos.
Diving into the end zone.
Then you got Elway's final game against the Falcons, and then you got the Rammies. Am I correct? Is my nurse correct on that? Oh, Doc, I don't know. Maybe I can go all the way.
Maybe
I didn't think so. I wouldn't bet on this. I wouldn't bet on this.
It's like you.
Tim's performance this morning is the best radio broadcast performance I've ever heard.
Wow, who said that?
This is going to be, okay, tonight on the Jumbotron, they're going to zoom in on Tim. Yeah. He's going to have one of those little mini beers, and they're going to go. They're all going to want you to
right in front of my son, and my 7-year-old will do it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he drank.
You are the best.
He drank like a Budweiser on Thanksgiving when he was 4, and my dad thought it was the greatest thing ever.
The whole beer, the entire.
He had a few sips. He did. All right, 2000 Ravens Giants should have been the Rams. 2001 Rams Patriots sets the motion of the Rams leading, according to Mike Martz. After that, Doug, we got Buccaneers and Raiders.
That's the one. The players. I talked to a player on Tampa Bay. And he said John Gruden told him Callahan probably won't change all the signals. And they knew exactly what the Raiders were doing.
They just pounded
and they're like, you probably should change it up since Gruden knew the Raiders really well.
Yeah. And you had 2 weeks to do it, too.
Yeah. And they said they didn't change it up at all.
2003, this was where Jason Sehorn's jockstrap was emblazoned at the 47 of the Dome.
I don't recall the yard line, Tim.
So that would be the Patriots and the Panthers. Then you've got to have the Patriots and the Eagles.
Yeah.
But they didn't win 3 in a row. So this is now putting me to the test. I think I'm going to go Seahawks and Steelers in Detroit.
Yes.
Okay.
And didn't Big Ben have awful numbers, but they won the Super Bowl?
That was Jerome Bettis' return home. Boy, Doug, so now what year are we in?
The 06 season.
So that's Lovie Smith.
Yes, on the losing end.
Against Tony Dungy and Peyton Manning. Okay. I want to do it. I want to do this for the audience because I know everybody's pulling for me. Like the momentum for me.
It's a real groundswell of support.
Is always so strong. 2007. I mean, are we going back to the Patriots? I mean, that would be my default, but they lose to the Giants.
Yes.
And Plaxico Burress, and then he shoots himself getting bottle service?
Going up the steps at a bar.
Post-bottle service?
Didn't the Giants nick them both in the... Did they get them in the regular
2012,
season?
too.
I mean,
No, they were undefeated, but there was a close game, and that was at Giant Stadium.
That's right.
2008 would be Kurt Warner and Santonio Holmes doing battle. That's a great Super Bowl there. Larry Fitzgerald, so that just came up short. So the Steelers and the Cardinals. 2009, that's Drew Brees' son with the headphones.
I was going to say the same weird observation.
Is that right? I always
That's
cite
my
that.
first thought.
Against the Colts?
Yes.
I thought that was a good uniform Super Bowl for the record. Yeah. I feel good about that take. We'll take your calls on that. Okay, so I got through the 2000s, Doug.
Okay.
I mean, is this the lead story on the 2 Fox tonight?
No, well, probably not.
Okay.
Okay, stop with
DJ's
this.
ready.
The shame of it is I'm not going to get the teens, but I could do the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 2000. So we're in the 2010 season?
The 2010 season. They played it in Arlington, Texas.
This is the Packers and Steelers.
Yes.
Okay. 2011 season. This is the Giants and Patriots. I went to a Giants-Falcons playoff game randomly. My wife got a picture with Paul Rudd.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Sounds like a Joe Buck vehicle.
That's a good read. That's a good read. And we were too hungover to hang out at the Saturday Night Live after party with Joe Barkley, Sean Avery, and Jason Patrick. And we're sitting at a hotel only a few blocks away because we were staying in Lower Manhattan. I'm saying to my wife, I'm so drunk from last night still, and it's like 11 o'clock. I don't think I can do it. And I woke up the next day, and I was so disappointed in myself, and I'm even more disappointed in myself now.
Would you have 2 rum runners?
I actually had those boat drinks that Jackson got messed up on while he was live streaming with Lisa Ann.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, umbrellas. All right, now we're in 2012. I don't think I can do it. And I almost said bullessing. 2012.
Hey, Mac, if he does it, it's fine. This one I would have maybe tripped up on. The power went out. Does that help?
Oh, yeah, okay, now I got it. But now you're giving me hints. And
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
But I honestly wouldn't have got it. Now I know it because I can picture it, and that's the Ravens beating
the Harbaugh
Bowl.
I forget about that season, yeah.
I mean, at some point, Brady's got to win again, right? Doesn't he? Until now we're in 2013 season.
Yeah.
Doug, I want to get home because I know St. Louis is polling for me.
Really are.
I mean, again, is a white middle infielder who's under 5'10". They love me.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I can do it. I mean, how many is this? 33 straight Super Bowls? 2013.
And we started in 81-ish, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to have to. I mean, I'll just guess Patriots just by default.
No.
There's a route. Wasn't close.
It's a big-time route. There was an era there where...
Was this Russell Wilson?
Yes.
Russell Wilson.
Pete Carroll, Russell Wilson, things were starting
over the
to click.
Broncos?
Yeah, crushed them.
And then Broncos came back and beat Cam Newton when he decided he didn't really want to dive for the football?
2 years later.
Ah! Was there a Patriots in there?
In between the famous pass by Russell Wilson instead of running the ball.
That's the Seahawks and Patriots. I felt like that is default. So then after that, then Cam Newton didn't feel like diving for the ball against the Broncos. All right, now we're back to restoring order, but still my streak's over. I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. It just doesn't matter anymore. Back to the Patriots. Now Patriots-Falcons. Now it'll be Eagles and Patriots. No, that was 2018.
You got Patriots-Falcons, and you got Eagles-Patriots.
Oh, so I was right on that one.
And now we're in the 2018 season.
Chiefs.
2018 season.
My Rammies.
Oh yeah, what a forgettable
Terrible
Super Bowl. God, just warm garbage. Patriot. Okay, now I can picture
one of the
what it
worst
was
Super
for.
Bowls ever.
It really was. That's right. So Patriots,
Then
Rams.
Chiefs kick in.
Now we got the Chiefs, and that was against the 49ers. And now we're
2020
Chiefs Buccaneers,
season.
and Tom Brady gets them. Then when we switch it up, we got the Rams beating the Bengals.
Yes.
And then we got the Chiefs Eagles, Chiefs 49ers, Chiefs
And
Eagles.
here we are. I forgot how
I'm
bad.
stunned that I.
That's a pretty, because I said off air, do you think you could do it? And you said, not really. I was thinking Doug could get us started with, Super Bowl I, Super
I
Bowl
remember
II.
those. Yeah, I remember those.
Packers Chiefs. Is that right?
Yeah, Packers Chiefs and then Packers Raiders.
Who won Super Bowl III?
Joe Namath.
There you
and
go.
the Jets beat Baltimore.
And after that, I just start guessing Steelers because we're in the 70s.
I think Kansas City beat Minnesota. Maybe
Yes.
Bud Grant. Doug, maybe you can do it.
No, that's
You're
about
4
as far
for
as I
4.
can go.
Yeah, you are
Next.
4 for 4. Why not put pucks on net? Put
Next.
pucks on
It's not
net.
time for Dallas to win one.
To lose one to
they lost to
AFC team.
Miami?
No, but the coach went to Miami later, and at this point he was still in Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
Colts.
Shula beat him. Shula got him. Jim O'Brien's field goal.
Jim O'Brien. Now, and then he opened Obie Clark's. Then you got a Cowboys. Then this is about when I start paying attention. Miami beat Washington. Is that the Garo Yepremian game?
Yeah.
Kicked it and caught it?
Tried to throw a pass and it got picked off, or he fumbled it. And watching Mike Bragg, I think, took it back the other way.
Dolphins went back-to-back. Steelers went back-to-back. Raiders snuck in the middle there. Cowboys, Steelers, Raiders. A lot of the same teams. So
How about this, Martin? In the YouTube chat, number one, people just in awe of me. But then that's important to say. But number two, the official Sigma Chi fraternity account is in the chat with a check. TMASTL with a heck of a show today. In Hogue, Tim and Martin. What a great moment. Doug, where's the Sigma Nu account?
I don't know. This guy sent a check to you?
No, he had a check mark.
Oh. I thought
in
you said
Hogue,
with a check.
Signo win case.
That's right.
Okay, yeah. Sigma Nu's
Oh,
come
you
up
guys
empty.
are funny.
Is that Stigma?
I was getting ready to head out, and then I thought, who's going to do it? George. George will do it. Remember George, Tim?
George Glass.
No, when you're a pledge, they would say George will do it.
I think that might have been a Marquette thing.
Oh, George was the brother that used to, it meant that you should step up, pal. You should play your part.
Oh.
Do your
You
job.
don't have that at Sigma Nu.
Don't just count
But you do
on
still have
George.
a house in Columbia. I can't say the same thing for
brand
my
new one, yeah.
operation.
Just for the Verbo weekends.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. History could be made next if Buck Swope does not win. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wins the whole damn thing. It's coming your way. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Big sports weekend here on 101 ESPN. You got Blues and Avalanche tonight. Puck drop at 8 p.m. Pregame at 7. You've got some college basketball with Tennessee and Florida and Duke and North Carolina on Saturday. And then the NFL Pro Bowl with coverage beginning at 2 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. This has been another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, history is already being made here because Martin Kilcoyne's with us at 10:45.
No. So you're all signed up now?
Well, I know
no more onboarding?
Jackie's out. Tim's a little under the weather. Yeah. I mean, for God's sakes, I just read every Super Bowl. Somebody texted and said, love this show, but that was Francesa-esque. I'm like, yeah, it's an homage. Homage to Mike.
I told the boy, I got to be transparent. Doug, what do you call it? Honesty in media. I said before the show, I said, boys, I am ill as F. And then Jackson's not here. Little did we know Chairman Kurt would be doing his damnedest to get everything going. Early on in the program, I said, this might be like a 30-foot putt today. It might be like a 30-foot putt. Can we make it?
Okay,
Sure,
well,
we can
sure.
make it. But how many times are we going to make it?
I don't know.
30-foot putt, probably make it about 2% of the time.
You think there's anyone out there that could name all the World Series winners?
Like ever since the beginning?
Yeah, they started playing in 03.
Somebody in an institution somewhere. I mean,
I was able to do 82 to present day.
That's pretty good.
But again, I am not necessarily mentally healthy. So somebody who functions normally in society, I don't know.
I used to be able to rattle off all the Final Four teams.
Really?
I think I've lost it now.
Like going back to...
I would say 92. Let's see, Michigan was in there, and Bob Knight got Indiana that season. I used to be able to...
Indiana was in there in 92? Is that
Yeah.
right? I didn't know.
Well, now I got to look it up.
We got this Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and Martin's sticking around. And some people are kind of wondering, does that affect the way people write in because they feel like they know how Jackson votes? It's like you're a politician. We're going to Iowa. We know what we got to say in Iowa, probably a little different than if you're campaigning, Doug, let's say in New York. You see what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
Change the message a little bit.
Change the messaging. So if Buck Swope can win today, we have a sudden death playoff for the month of January on Monday. If not, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has won the month of January. Now, also off-air, behind the scenes here for the audience, Chairman Kurt told me you're probably going to have to do some editing on the fly in the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's email.
That could
You actually
disqualify
edit those?
him.
Oh, I absolutely email these things or edited them on the fly because our old TMA audience likes to see what they can get read on 101 ESPN to try to upset the old 101 audience. Mm-hmm. That's essentially the little tee-hee game that goes on at 10:50 every day, Martin, that you miss out on. And essentially to try to put the 101 ESPN license at risk and all of our careers at risk as well.
Block him.
And so you want the self-made stay-at-home...
Block him.
But she's on the verge of...
Block her.
Block him.
Thank you.
Block him. If he's vile, block him. And I will suspend him without pay.
Self-made
That's how we
stay-at-home
deal with
Ledoux
that.
mom says, want me to resubmit? Yes, actually. I haven't even read the email yet. I will be doing it
I
on
just
the fly.
texted Jackson and said, are you listening? Because I thought then he could weigh in via text.
I
but
hope he's asleep.
He has now responded.
Yeah. I think the thing that Jackson has and the thing that I think I have is what I was texting with Jamie Rivers during the break. It sounds like what he had. I know he missed some time this week. And Martin, you were saying when you were talking with your doctor about your thing, the doctor was like, yeah, everybody is dealing with some kind of form of this right now.
Yeah, they said
area.
everybody's got something. Mine is some type of bronchitis, so I don't have any other symptoms. I don't feel sick.
Yeah, you just got the cough.
Couldn't quite clear it. And at about this point, I felt like the name on the text line was going to be Martin's cough button because there was a lot of moments. I would hit the button, but I felt in the background. Just now, it's starting to clear up. Ever watch that Meet the Press?
What?
Never mind. Jackson has texted back, no, sir, watching Dazed and Confused.
Good for him.
Oh, is he really?
That's the right thing to be doing.
Okay.
When I heard he was watching the show on YouTube, I'm just like, dude, go to bed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. If Buck Swope doesn't win it, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is here to handle press conference and make a speech.
But there are other candidates.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody other, Doug Vaughn's...
I see Rock Chalk Willie Billy is the leadoff hitter today. If Rock Chalk Willie Billy wins, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wins the month.
Okay.
If Buck Swope wins, one-game playoff on Monday.
Okay.
I just hope I can get through the read with the nerves.
You're nervous about this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If my
Take a
hands
deep
were
breath.
around the putter, you would notice the trembling.
Look over the heads of the people that you're talking to.
I can't possibly do that.
Oh, that's true.
that was
Picture
kind
me
of
and Doug in the nude.
Now you're going to really be nervous and probably excited.
Doug just said, look over the heads of everyone out there, which is kind of a height joke.
It was. Wasn't that
Well,
unfortunate?
that's what they tell you if you're
didn't-
public
I know,
speaking and
you
you're
did-
nervous.
It was a malaprop, like Joe Biden would be in front of a bunch of veterans. Stand up, won't you? Oh, I'm sorry, you're in
Yeah,
wheelchairs.
exactly right.
oh,
Like I'm over here
awkward,
doing my best.
awkward.
I've got my lifts in, I mean, these things give me an extra 4 inches. These
You're
are great
plugging
lifts.
away. You're
You went
doing
to
your best.
stretch school in China.
I did. That's exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Boys, is Martin Kilcoyne actually starting, or is he still onboarding? At this rate, I assume the background check uncovered a deep, dark secret. Perhaps a history of poutine smuggling or illegal Molson imports? Sacre bleu. The man's been in onboarding longer than a Canadiens rebuild. Someone get this guy a badge and a baguette already. A lot of French-Canadian humor.
Really?
Talk about messaging.
Is this from David Perron or something?
Best, that's from Rock Chalk Willie Billy.
Rock Chalk Willie Billy. He's new.
It's like Buck Swope's going to have to do it himself. This is the resubmission here.
The subject line says revised, I think? Question mark?
I'm going to have to read this slowly because it might be an FCC
I
violation.
got my finger ready.
Oh, God. Clip that off.
Clip that off is right. Do you ever close your eyes and take yourself back in time to when you caught eyes with the most beautiful ass cleavage you've ever seen? Spring, 2012. My body was live and easily gettable, like number 13 at Belle Reve. Doug, do you feel like number 13 at Belle Reve is a gettable?
I don't remember the hole. I played there a couple times.
So I'm trying to think. 13 gettable?
I don't know.
Isn't that the par 3?
I just
Tiger
don't
birdied it
know.
front right pin on Sunday, wasn't it? I had just gotten my third Brazilian butt lift in 5 years, and my lips looked like they would melt if I got too close to the patio heaters at Napoli.
No.
It was a role reversal Friday, which meant it was my turn to neck that Han bomb from the Northwestern Mutual interns nether regions. From bin to chin, it was my gulp. We decided the most advantageous position for this would be a Tennessee taco swap.
I'm afraid to ask what that is.
Well, he gives the answer, and that's where the FCC license is a little at risk.
Okay, all right, don't read it.
Good at it, Tim.
Thank you. I became a bull that night. That's how I got the nickname the Bin Creature and got slapped with my first warning at Old Warson. Boy, we're citing both Old Warson and Belle Reve in the same paragraph. Do I regret it? Hell no. Do I wish it ended differently? Yes, I do. I wish it ended with dinner for two. And hey, New Yorkers, don't forget to stop by my charcuterie caravan in Brooklyn for my buy one, get everything free sale because I can't get this crap out of my husband's house fast enough. I'm still a bad girl and I'm still testing things. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
She added a new symbol to her little...
Yep, the list of logos now, Martin. Aspen, Harbor Springs, Michigan, the city of Ledoux, St. Louis Country Club, and Cafe Napoli are all listed under her signature.
I'm with Doug. I'm not convinced this is a female.
Oh, of course it's not.
Whoa, I would dump out of that. There's going to be so many damn slander suits slapped on this program today.
Okay.
And now only one man can stop history from occurring. And here he is, Doug.
Okay.
He stopped Tower T from going down.
He sure
and he
did.
stopped the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Hello, London. Amazing that you've been in that fancy HD1 studio for 3 months, and this presentation is still brought to its knees if Libby Jack has to call in sick after crushing too many Zimas. Get well soon, Libby Jack, and thank you for resolving the issue from your deathbed in order to free up Chairman Kurt to fire dem drops. Make sure to clip off Tim saying I was a 9-year-old boy with breasts and Doug saying, hey, Tim, nice rack. My favorite TMA season was 2011. Sure, the Cardinals won the World Series, but more importantly, we discovered a white rapper from Granite City named Treader who had a chart-topping jam about the Cardinals' fifth outfielder. Not to mention we had Douglas calling in reading schedules and Doug Vaughn ranting about tags at the DMV. Most significantly, though, 2011 saw the rise of Foot Fetish Friday, including one with Caden Cross in studio, where a 35-year-old mother left her kids in the minivan while she came in to participate in #FFF in order to ship a prize that included $107 cash, a round of golf for 4, and Iggy's box of Stag. Honorable mention in 2019, you had the Blues Stanley Cup run with Plowsy getting tossed from Game 3 versus the Jets for belligerently yelling that Mark Scheifele had a small ween. Iggy making tire tracks at the Shishawali Fan Page Club Championship. Lisa Ann at the Dotem. Dillian Harper on Iggy's patio. And who could forget Shelby Lynn Gash, a.k.a. the girl who made a penis out of Christmas lights on her parents' roof, who packed Hot Shots St. Charles to the dismay of a Banty darts guy whose rage I narrated live until Pete cut my mic. That's from Buck Swope and
Buck
Doug.
Swope.
The moment has arrived.
Okay. Well, I've thought about it, and I'm going to have to go ahead and give it to this fella who calls himself the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Oh, my goodness.
Thought that was the top email of the day.
One win away from history. Martin?
I'm going to go Buck Swope. I felt like there was a lot of topics covered. I felt it was historical in nature. I thought it was relevant because we'd mentioned seasons. And I'm sorry. I'd stay at home, millionaire mom, whatever. I didn't follow all of the Tennessee Taco stuff. You lost me. I'm going to go Buck Swope.
But the Han bomb reset. Chairman Kurt, it's only fitting that an employee of Sound Story would decide history for TMA.
You said history?
I did.
I say herstory.
Oh, my God!
Congratulations.
It's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's time, Doug!
He made her story.
Unbelievable. And now many fathers can look their daughters in the eye and say, you can do anything because the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. Unbelievable. She'll be doing a live press conference here on 101 ESPN.
Probably bigger than when women got the right to vote, I would think.
Yeah, I guess we ought to send out a Twitter poll again.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm stunned.
Will we meet said person?
Hell, not a chance in the world that you're going to meet this guy.
Why don't we make that part of the
Doug.
part of the deal?
I'm going to see if she wants to go to the game tonight.
Oh, is that right? You're going to take her to the Pelicans game?
Yeah, her husband's locked up in that
That's
chastity
right.
cage.
Yeah, he is wearing a chastity
We'll
cage.
go
That's a
there.
tough
Maybe we'll
spot.
hit up...
Yeah, you go to Napoli afterwards,
Go to
obviously.
Tennessee Taco. What's that on Lindell?
Get a Han bomb.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go. But, man, I feel like we should do another few hours after this history's made. BK and Ferrario coming up. We, of course, are thinking about our friend Jackson, who's battling the illness. Thank you to Chairman Kurt for filling in and doing a wonderful job today. Martin, thank you for sticking around for 4 hours without onboarding today. For my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.